Chapter 626. When he said this, the eyes of the masked assassin turned as cold as ice. He didn't care about the risk of being injured and stabbed his throat. The leader of the Gao family shouted, "This is the Gao family of Shangjing." With a scream, he barely avoided his throat, but the flesh on the left side of his face was cut off. The Gao family of Shangjing. Attack! Sage Ri shouted angrily. A human silhouette appeared. Suddenly, the moonlight shone on the ground, everywhere. More than 20 doppelgangers appeared, and charged toward the enemies. The other party only let out a loud boom, and the dozen or so people fell to the ground in exhaustion. Then, it was still the same process. Casually stacking these people together, Lord Yu didn't stop. She floated away with one hand. The 7 people of Fenghai's Gao family were all on the verge of death, but they were all dumbfounded. They didn't know where they were. What was going on? It seemed that their initial judgment was right. Young Masters Wu really had a powerful bodyguard. It was just that. This bodyguard was too powerful. He was so powerful that it was beyond their knowledge. What level of powerhouse was he? Zhuo Xiaoduo went over and took out a few bottles of medicine. Everyone, treat your wounds first. Behind him, Lord Ri, who was hiding in the dark, was fully focused. His cultivation had reached its peak. The distance was too close. If these people attacked, he had to make sure that Zhuo Xiaoduo wouldn't be hurt. But these people didn't attack. They could only express their gratitude in shame. After taking Zhuo Xiaoduo's medicine, everyone's complexion became much better. So young Master Zhuo has his own bodyguard. It's embarrassing for us to come here rashly. The leader of the Gao family was ashamed. Comparing goods, one had to throw them away. Comparing people, one had to die. Look at the performance of the bodyguard, he was too strong. Before we came, the head of the Gao family ordered that we would rather die in battle than let anything happen to young Master Zhuo. Our Gao clan and young Master Zhuo got to know each other because of enmity. Ha! If we want to restore our relationship to the point where there are no grudges between us, we can only express our goodwill to the greatest extent. At least, we have to show our attitude. He gasped for breath. Since young Master Zhuo has an expert protecting you, and we are already injured, we will take our leave. Young Master Zhuo, be careful. We'll meet again in Fenghai City. The 7 of them staggered to their feet and supported each other. He actually turned around and left just like that. How is it? Zhuo Xiaoduo was starting to believe that the Gao family had no intention of making an enemy out of him. If they could fake such goodwill, then the entire Gao family was a top-notch actor. However, he still asked. You're quite sincere. But as for the specifics, you will have to wait until you go back and carefully observe. If there is even the slightest bit of doubt, you must not accept it. Revered Lord Ri warned, you still need to maintain a safe distance in daily life. Waiting. For the moment when the fire refines the true gold. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded slowly. I understand. At this moment, he really felt the gap between himself and an experienced Jianghu veteran. Revered Lord Ri was an experienced Jianghu veteran. Other than his brothers, no one dared or was willing to believe him. But only with such caution could he ensure his greatest safety. The so-called capsizing in the gutter was something that would never happen to an experienced Jianghu veteran of this level. As the saying goes, the older the Jianghu, the more cowardly one was. Because he had seen too many schemes and tricks, he could only become more and more cowardly. It doesn't matter if you laugh at me for being a coward. But I can't use my life as a bargaining chip just to not let you laugh at me. Another 7 days passed in a row. Constantly attacking, constantly probing, constantly taking risks. The number of spatial rings in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands kept rising. At present, it had already broken through the 900 mark. Of course, almost all of these were the enemies killed by revered Lord Ri. He didn't take a single ring, they were all given to Zhuo Xiaoduo. It's useless for me to keep them. Revered Lord Ri said. Now is the time for you to lay your foundation. The more solid it is, the better. Take these things. If there's anything you can use, use it. If you can't use it, or if there's too much, use it as a gift. Don't be reluctant to part with these things. 10,000 treasure mountains are not as good as one brother. You must remember this sentence. Of course, there's another sentence that you must remember. That is, no matter how many brothers you have, it's not as good as being perfect. Zhuo Xiaoduo murmured and repeated, 10,000 treasure mountains are not as good as one brother. No matter how many brothers you have, it's not as good as being perfect. That's right. On the battlefield of Jianghu, having a brother who sincerely goes through life and death with you is the happiest and most wonderful thing in the world. But, even if you have brothers and friends all over the world, it's not as good as being invincible in the world. In life, you can't live without friends and brothers. But in life, you must ensure that your realm is high enough. Otherwise, you can only complain behind others that they are not enough brothers, leaving you behind to climb to the peak. Revered Lord Ri sighed softly. Instead of letting a former brother complain that he can only look up to a high mountain, you must not let yourself be in the position of complaining and looking up to others. Why is there so much resentment in the world? Why are there so many betrayals? Most of it is because of this. You will slowly understand it in the future. When you've experienced more, you'll naturally understand my current normal state of mind. Revered Lord Ri smiled faintly and patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder. I will remember it and never dare to forget it. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded solemnly. Regarding these words, limited by his experience and knowledge, he still didn't understand much. But he understood that these were the life experiences of revered Lord Ri. It was the philosophy of life imparted by a senior who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. I cannot understand it when I listen, but in the future, I will remember it in my heart and slowly understand it thoroughly. Zhuo Xiaoduo's greatest advantage was that he was humble and open-minded. When he saw his own shortcomings, he would immediately correct them. When he saw the strengths of others, he would immediately learn. As for the chicken soup for the soul that his classmates grumbled about, he never rejected such things. In the educational message that Zhuo Changlu once sent to Zhuo Xiaoduo, he said, chicken soup for the soul, after listening to it too much, you will naturally be annoyed. Therefore, young people nowadays are tired of drinking this kind of chicken soup. But what I want to tell you is, perhaps chicken soup for the soul may not have much effect, but if you drink this bowl of chicken soup, at least it won't poison you to death. At least, it is nutritious. Otherwise, why would it be called chicken soup? Why not call it arsenic soup? All chicken soup for the soul is the experience of the predecessors. Some even contradict and repel each other when put together, but it depends on how you look at it and understand it from different points of view. When you impatiently say that it is just a bowl of chicken soup and repel it, you will naturally not get the nutrients in the chicken soup. This is the inevitable result. Zhuo Xiaoduo had always seriously considered and followed his father's words. It was probably because of this that he developed a characteristic of accepting all rivers into the sea. If it makes sense, I will accept it, no matter how annoying it is. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not annoyed by Sun Sage's repeated preaching. On the contrary, he was very grateful. These were all life-saving experiences on the battlefield of the Jianghu. Although he said this to some people in a peaceful big city, there would still be too many people who disdainfully tilted their head. Fuck, another bowl of chicken soup. The people of the Wu family had been waiting for an opportunity and for the next order from the family. But when they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo being besieged, they did not know what to do, how to deal with it, how to face it. Go forward to rescue him, or add insult to injury. Without further orders, they could only choose to bide their time. They also saw that the people of the Gao family rushed forward and reported the news back to the family, but the main family was still in an endless stalemate. When he turned back, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already disappeared without a trace. After hundreds of battles, Sun Sage was also protecting Zhou Xiaoduo while constantly dealing with affairs. The people of the Wu family in Shangjing have been confirmed. The people of the Wei family have been confirmed. The evidence is conclusive. The people of the Gao family have been confirmed. The people of the Lu family have been confirmed. There were also people of a few families who had been caught. But Minister Nan asked for a few more days. Because the interrogation needed time. From the many families involved in the case, they had to figure out who was the one who arranged everything. And where did the people of the UMNO alliance start? But for the next few days, they really did not need to fight anymore. Of course, it was not impossible for them to seize more. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoduo was allowed to join the people of the Hidden Dragon High School. Here, one thing had to be mentioned. The people of the Hidden Dragon High School had taken a great advantage of helping Zhou Xiaoduo this time. If they had followed the initial plan, Sun, Moon, and Star would have only protected Zhou Xiaoduo. If the people of the Hidden Dragon High School had found Zhou Xiaoduo early, at this point in time, it was inevitable that they would have suffered heavy casualties. It was even possible that they would have been completely wiped out. But after the repeated cycle of Zhou Xiaoduo acting as bait in the front, and when someone attacked, the 5 masters at the back personally took care of the situation. The people of the Hidden Dragon High School were all unharmed. Instead, they had profited greatly and gained a lot. This had to be said to be a miracle. The 5 people, including Sun, Moon, and Star, who were hiding in the dark, watched Zhou Xiaoduo join the people of the Hidden Dragon High School. That should be Zhou Xiaoduo's teacher, right? He actually punched and kicked him as soon as he came up. This guy's guts were not small. He actually dared to fight like this. He was really sharp, but it was too enjoyable to watch. They wished they could be in his place. After all, the 5 of them had been dissatisfied with this guy for a long time. He watched as this brat was slapped, kicked, and beaten up by this group of people. His bald head was being tossed here and there. In an instant, his ears were pinched red. Lord Sun became more and more envious. He couldn't help but think of his teacher. When I have time, I have to go back and see my teacher. I haven't seen him in a long time. Thinking about it, he sighed and touched his head. Every time he went back, the old man would be angry and stare at him. Why haven't you found a wife yet? You're about to die of old age. How long are you going to wait? Since you're here today, you're not allowed to leave. Don't move. I'll introduce you to a few. He still had lingering fears. I'm already a great cultivator who can move unhindered in the world, but I still have to be arranged to go on blind dates. I'm really drunk. Brothers, thank you for the rewards. Thank you to the leaders for your support. There are too many people to list them one by one. Thank you all. Thank you. Chapter 627. Hidden Dragon High School. Yi Changqing and the others finally saw Zhou Xiaoduo, who they hadn't seen for a long time. How could they tolerate Zhou Xiaoduo's temper? They escorted this kid and began to withdraw. Naturally, there were endless battles along the way. However, too many experts had already been dealt with previously. The remaining ones were mostly bounty hunters. It was rare for a large group of people to gather together. Naturally, they were much easier to deal with. 3 days later, everyone from Hidden Dragon High School, including Zhou Xiaoduo, withdrew from Starlight Mountain Range. 4 days later, they returned to Fenghai City. Under Lord Ri's insistence, the 5 of them remained invisible to protect them. Watching this group of people enter Fenghai City and enter Hidden Dragon High School, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Alright, you two go back and hand in your orders. We will continue to stay here and list Starlight Mountain Range as a military area. From now on, it will be a forbidden area. Okay. The 5 of them parted ways. Watching heaven and earth leave, Lord Yu finally couldn't help but ask, Big brother, your attitude changed a lot. What's going on? Lord Ri chuckled, his face full of wrinkles like a blooming chrysanthemum. Guess? How am I supposed to guess? Why don't you tell us? You can't guess. I can't. Hee, I won't tell you. Fuck. Shangjing. Shangjing had been in chaos for 3 whole days. First, the entire Shangjing's network collapsed. Other than the military's private line, all other modern facilities, as long as they were related to the network, were all unusable. Phones and computers could only play standalone games. They couldn't even maintain basic calls. Countless people were cursing, countless companies were stomping their feet, and countless bosses were on the verge of bankruptcy. However, looking at the aura that was constantly gathering in the sky and getting bigger and bigger, everyone understood one thing. Perhaps, or probably, something big was going to happen. Looking at this situation, it seemed like a big battle was going to happen. A whole team of 1,000 Yunhua experts gathered in the sky and formed a square formation. From all directions, countless experts rushed over after receiving the news. As time passed, more and more people came. Chief Nan's burly body was on the roof of the Ministry of Finance, holding a phone in his hand. The screen was flashing. Everyone who saw it was speechless. There's no internet in the country, but you're chatting on your phone. Is this really okay? Showing off so much, being so smug, and being so smug at such a high altitude. The department head really knew how to play. Showing off in front of the whole nation. You don't have an internet cafe? Ha, I do. The old women rolled their eyes and touched the mobile phones in their pockets. Other than Snake of Gluttony, Solitaire, and other games, they couldn't play anything else and could only be used as bricks. They were speechless. You can be even more arrogant. Behind Chief Nan of the South, there were 10 orderly messengers who stood quietly, waiting for orders. Chief Nan looked at the messages that came in one after another on his phone with an unprecedentedly solemn expression. The first target. The Chief of the South ordered in a deep voice, Shangjing, the Gao family. Capture the entire family, young and old. Time limit, 5 minutes. Behind him, a messenger suddenly disappeared. Nan Fong looked at another message. Wu family, same. He couldn't help but sigh. The third clan, Wei clan. Lu family. Nan Fong felt an indescribable sadness in his heart. These 4 clans, which one of them didn't have many heroes? Which one of them wasn't a meritorious clan? Countless ancestors shed their blood, died on the battlefield, and heroically killed their enemies in exchange for today's prominent status and generations of clans. Since when did it become so rotten? If those old brothers who fought side by side were still alive, how would they feel? If they were still alive in the netherworld, perhaps they would be angered to death by these unfilial descendants, right? Try to capture them alive. Also, dig out all the signals and internet bands sent out by the 4 clans from the database. These are all important clues. The messengers left one by one, but the number of messengers behind Chief Nan didn't decrease. As soon as the first one left, someone immediately replaced him. One by one, the names of people and clans came out of Chief Nan's mouth. Next to him, a young man in a bright yellow robe took out the Imperial Jade Seal and used it on the blank arrest warrants. The person in charge of capturing only needed to fill in the names of the clans on the blank arrest warrants. Capturing meritorious clans required the royal seal. This young man looked to be in his late 20s, but his hair was already graying. Only his eyes were calm. This was the current crown prince of the Yanwu Empire, the crown prince. He could have sent someone over and didn't have to come personally. However, at this moment, he stubbornly stood here and used the seal himself. Capturing the rebels. Rising hidden dragon plan. Mist rose in the crown prince's eyes. Let's see who will pay for the blood debt from back then. My show heir. Find the mastermind. No matter who it is, I will. Make your entire clan immortal and suffer a life or death dilemma. From today onwards, Shangjing City will be classified as a special restricted area. In fact, Shangjing City had been restricted to entry and exit since 4 days ago. Today, it was upgraded again. This was already a top-level restriction. Now, without the joint signature of the Warriors Department, the Military Department, and the royal family, even the Empress and the Crown Prince couldn't leave Shangjing. At the same time, all the major cities in the Yanwu Empire were under military control. Through the direct network of the military headquarters, information was transmitted smoothly and orders were issued for arrest. Everyone on the list was arrested, with no exceptions. I only want results. I only want to ensure that the culprits are caught. Whoever escapes from the hands of the culprits will be charged with the same crime. The orders of the southern chief were cold and even cold-blooded. I don't care if there are spies in the military. However, the families of the people on the list may not be sentenced to death after they are arrested. However, if any of the soldiers let them go, the soldier himself and his entire family will be charged with an additional crime. All of them will die. As long as the spies are willing to sacrifice themselves, they can escape. Under such a resolute order, there was no possibility of favoritism. Who would be willing to exchange their family's lives for someone else's? Moreover, their standpoints were different. All the spies who jump out, even if their families aren't in the Astral Souls continent, will be included in the 9 Heavens Pavilion's must-kill list. From the dying to the weak to the newborn, everyone's names will be on the list. There are no exceptions. However, as long as there is one person, the kill order will not be lifted. The mission will only be cancelled after all of them are dead. The orders became stricter and stricter. They fell into the hands of the various military departments like lightning from the 9 heavens. After receiving the orders, almost everyone went crazy. Everywhere was filled with orders like, if you don't complete the mission, bring your head to me. Shangjing's Gao family. The Gao family's patriarch, who was in a secret chamber, had an ashen face. 2 days ago, with 2 loud booms, the secret escape tunnel that had been prepared long before the establishment of the family, leading to the outside of Shangjing City, collapsed. From that moment onwards, everyone in the Gao family was only allowed to enter and not leave. They were all under control. They were only waiting for evidence and for arrest. If it was proven that the Gao family was innocent in the end, it would just be an apology or some compensation. However, if it was proven and the evidence was conclusive, the Gao family's patriarch's heart was as clear as a mirror. This time, the Gao family was doomed. Walnut. Walnut. The Gao family's patriarch looked at the round walnut in his hand. He looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. Master Bai, I finally understand what you mean. You're saying that the Gao family is just a walnut. It looks tough, but under a hammer, it can't withstand a single blow. Perhaps it's better to teach me to give up early and to live peacefully. Only then can I escape this disaster. Ha ha ha. You're right. I misunderstood. The Gao family's patriarch exerted force in his hand, and the walnut in his hand was instantly crushed into powder. The Gao family was once a family of generals. The Gao family's patriarch was choked with sobs. I'm just asking for a few high positions to make the family one step further. To protect the glory of our ancestors. Why do we have to go to this extent? Why do we have to go to this extent? At this moment, there was another loud bang. A team of more than 100 people slowly descended from the sky. The main gate of the Gao family's ancestral home was smashed with a bang. Fully armed soldiers rushed in from all directions, completely surrounding the Gao family's residence. We're following orders. No one is allowed to resist. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Such a stern voice rang out continuously throughout the Gao family's ancestral home. It was as if the voice was echoing. At the same time, all the officials related to the Gao family's faction across the country were all under control. In the Wei family's residence. When all the people rushed in, the entire residence was empty. They searched all the way to the ancestral hall. Only then did they realize that everyone in the Wei family was gathered neatly and kneeling in the ancestral hall. Not a single person was missing. In the ancestral hall, there was a statue of a general in golden armor. He held a long saber in his hand and wore golden armor. He stood still on the pedestal, looking straight ahead. A heroic aura surged out from him. The Wei family's patriarch, Wei Zhongyuan. During the battle at the Sun-Moon Pass, he led 36 personal guards, who were also his 36 sworn brothers, to cover the retreat of the army. They fought the Grand Magus, Wind Emperor, to the death. In the end, they were defeated. Seeing that the Grand Magus was about to lead the army into the Sun-Moon Pass, the 37 people's essence and blood fused together, turning into one body and self-detonating in front of the army. In that battle, the earth cracked, and the mountains collapsed. Before Wei Zhongyuan self-detonated, he only said one sentence, Wind Emperor. You want to kill my comrades? Wait until the smoke and dust of my body dissipates. This sentence was a request. The Grand Magus said emotionally, Wei Zhongyuan, you were a hero of your time. You must let your heroic soul rest in peace. At that moment, the UMNO Alliance army stopped for a day, waiting for the smoke and dust to dissipate. They wanted the hero to fulfill his final wish, to let his brothers return safely. It was on this day that the army was defeated but not defeated, allowing them to return safely. Yu Dongtian, who was still the East Army's marshal, wrote personally, Loyal heart and righteous blood, protect the Central Plains. The 36 shadow statues beside Wei Zhongyuan were none other than the 36 warriors who had died with him back then. On both sides were the Wei family's ancestral teachings written by Wei Zhongyuan himself. A loyal heart only serves the country, full of righteous blood guards, astral souls. Beside the Grand Magus, there were many statues in military attire. They were lined up on both sides, densely packed. There were more than 190 of them. These were the ancestors of the Wei family who had sacrificed themselves in the Sun-Moon Pass for thousands of years. All of them were furious, as if they were reprimanding these unfilial descendants. The Wei family head knelt at the front, his eyes lifeless. Now, their only hope was the meritorious deeds of their ancestors and their final protection. They hoped that the meritorious deeds of their ancestors would be able to make the royal family and Minister Nan, who was in charge of law enforcement, give them a way out. Countless soldiers swarmed in from all directions, bringing with them the biting cold wind. However, when they arrived, they could not help but lighten their footsteps and stop. They stood at attention. Looking at the solemn ancestral hall in front of them, they did not make any further movements. The soldiers who wanted to arrest the Wei family looked at the Wei family's ancestral hall and the statues of the heroes of their predecessors. Their hearts were filled with an indescribable feeling. Chapter 628. One had to be at least a cloud transformation realm cultivator and a Wei clan senior who died in the battle at the Sun-Moon Pass. Only then would they be qualified to place a statue here. Now, there were so many loyal and brave warriors. Were they just going to watch their descendants being arrested by their fellow soldiers? Capturing all their descendants right in front of them? Just as they were in a dilemma, a clanging sound was heard. Several military officers in military uniforms gathered together and strode over in large, orderly steps. All of you. Face the ancestral hall and gather. A long horn sounded. It was a bugle call. A piercingly cold voice roared, Salute to the seniors. All the soldiers saluted at the same time. Their faces were solemn and meticulous. Their movements were even more orderly, as if they had been cut by a knife. Brave seniors, you have contributed to the country. You have sacrificed for mankind and should be respected by us. However, it is also a fact that the descendants are unworthy and have tarnished the names of the seniors and blasphemed the glory of the ancestors. We are here today under orders to capture and bring them to justice. The seniors in the heavens can bear witness that we have no intention of insulting you. We, the 800 soldiers, swear to the heavens that we are fair and just and have no grievances. Otherwise, we will repay the souls of the brave seniors with our lives. The imperial court has its laws and the army has its laws. Please forgive us, brave seniors. Then, he waved his hand and turned around. Take them all away. All the Wei family members had their cultivations sealed and were handcuffed. One by one, they were taken out of the ancestral hall. In the ancestral hall of the Wei family, facing hundreds of heroic souls and capturing the descendants of heroes, this scene was so heart-wrenching and unnatural. All the soldiers who took action had tears in their eyes, and their hearts were exceptionally heavy. Why couldn't you do more? Even if you were mediocre? Even if you didn't have any ability and didn't even have the talent to practice martial arts, you shouldn't have brought such humiliation to the ancestors. Die with hatred. Do you know that by capturing you here, it is equivalent to stabbing each of your hearts with a knife dripping with blood? Heart-wrenching pain. Because we are also soldiers, we can empathize with you. The line was long, and they walked out in a single file. When the head of the Wei family was about to step out of the door, he suddenly turned back desperately. Looking in the direction of the ancestral hall, he fell to his knees and kowtowed. I have let down the ancestors of the Wei family. In the ancestral hall, Wei Zhongyuan's statue was still standing tall and upright, looking at his descendant who had already been escorted out. The gaze of the statue was like two cold arrows. It was just that the majestic aura of the mountains and rivers seemed a little bleak. The Wu family. Similar signs to the Gao family. It had to be said that the Wu family was indeed a big family. In the Yanwu Empire, there were more than one Wu family that was famous. The Wu family was ranked second. Their family background was much deeper than the Gao family and the Wei family. But today, under the iron fist of Southern Chief Nan, not a single one of them was missing. Next was the Lu family. On this day, many clans in Shangjing were arrested. All facilities, all equipment, everything was confiscated. Apart from those things that had been obtained in the glory of their ancestors, they had never touched them. They could search the place, but they were not allowed to take them away, nor were they allowed to damage them. On this day, there was no wind or clouds in the sky above Shangjing. The atmosphere was oppressive, as if the sky was about to collapse. The prison in Shangjing was filled to the brim. Minister Nan gave the order. Escort those 4 clans to the Ministry of Finance. Settle them in the courtyard and give them a few tents. I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble under my watch. That night, Nan Zhengqian was dressed in a rare military uniform. He had reverted to the uniform of the Southern Army's marshal. Carrying incense and strong wine, he went out alone. He first went to the Wu family's ancestral hall. First, he burned some incense and candles. Then, he sat there cross-legged, placed bags of food, and opened jars of wine. Don't say that I didn't take good care of your descendants. Brother, if you were all alive and saw this, you would have acted faster than me. It wouldn't have come to this. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's drink, let's drink. Don't worry, your descendants will be left behind. Your shelter will also be reserved for you. Brother, let's drink. Then, he went to the Gao family's ancestral hall. Finally, he went to the Wei family's ancestral hall. Nan Zhengqian was speechless as he looked at the statues that filled the room. Zhongyuan. Nan Zhengqian stood with his hands behind his back. He gently touched Wei Zhongyuan's statue with a white towel in his hand. He wiped the statue until it was spotless. I've wanted to uproot your family since 10 years ago. Nan Zhengqian sighed softly. As a man, I hate unworthy wives and unworthy sons the most. Zhongyuan, today, whether I accompany you or you accompany me, let's have a good drink. I'll drink with you. I know you won't feel good today. You can accompany me. How can I feel good in my heart? Nan Jingqian drank the whole night. He accompanied his old brothers and the heroic spirits of his old subordinates as he reminisced about the past. At dawn, he finally returned home singing military songs. He did not circulate his energy to expel the smell of alcohol. He allowed himself to be drunk. The interrogation of all parties was in full swing. After the arrest, network communications were also fully restored. Until the afternoon. The Crown Prince came to discuss matters with Chief Nan on behalf of the Emperor. After sobering up, Chief Nan got out of bed. He was about to speak when he suddenly received an urgent report. Emergency report from the Hidden Dragon Institute. Speak. This. The adjutant's eyes darted around. The Crown Prince understood. I'll leave for a while. Chief Nan laughed. What's there to leave for? You, say it out loud. What is it that the Crown Prince can't hear? Yes. The adjutant's face turned bitter. But since the order was given, he naturally had to obey. The Hidden Dragon Institute has caught the culprits who killed the vice principal's 2 granddaughters. There are also the 4 culprits who ambushed Yi Changqing. But there are a lot of people involved. The person who came in to report was Nan Jingqian's adjutant. He also knew the severity of the matter. On the other hand, Chief Nan had just woken up from a hangover and did not think in that direction. He really didn't expect that the news he received this time would be so explosive, so shocking, so coincidental, and so right by a stroke of luck. Beside him, the Crown Prince, who was sitting gracefully and as steady as a mountain, jumped up when he heard this. His eyes were bloodshot. What? His voice was so loud. Chief Nan immediately had a feeling. This is bad. This is bad. He could not help but glare at the adjutant. How could this kind of thing be said in front of the Crown Prince? For so many years, the Crown Prince had been unable to forget this matter. The Crown Prince rushed in front of the adjutant and grabbed the phone. He only took a glance at it, but he suddenly bristled with anger. The Prince of Zhongyuan? The Crown Prince roared. His eyes were about to crack. Roar! Nan Jingqian also roared, causing the whole building to shake for a moment. It was as if the evening drum and morning bell had enlightened the Crown Prince, who was about to explode, with a cool breeze. The Crown Prince came to his senses in an instant. He panted heavily and turned to Chief Nan. He gritted his teeth and said, Chief Nan, I will never. Minister Nan took a deep breath and said, You can't act rashly on this matter. You should go back and ask for His Majesty's opinion first. Nan Jingqian lowered his voice. And so far, only the 3 of us know about this. We can't let more people know. The Crown Prince's face turned red. But I must go. If you go out of the capital now, you will die for sure. Even if I were to bring my men to protect him, he would still be killed. Nan Jingqian said soberly, This matter is not as simple as you think. Once the royal family is in turmoil, the consequences will be dire. The Crown Prince's crazed look slowly disappeared. He was panting heavily. The rims of his eyes slowly turned red. As tears glistened in his eyes, he seemed to see the white-clothed girl from back then. She was cold and peerless. She was tall and proud. She had a face that could topple cities and a figure that was gentle and beautiful. One person and one sword defeated 2 martial artists. Countless geniuses couldn't even lift their heads and breathe in front of that peerless beauty. She even took away his heart. Every night, he dreamed of that girl's sword. Her white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a fairy flying in the sky. Her black eyes were staring at his face. That country-toppling face, those exquisite lips, and that faint smile. And that sentence, I will wait for you in Qianlong. The Crown Prince left. To prevent any accidents, Nan Jingqian personally sent him back to the palace. He also met with the emperor and had a secret meeting for half an hour before he left. Chief Nan sighed deeply when he walked out of the palace. He felt that he was really unlucky recently. Bad luck kept on coming. Why were all the mistakes on his side these few days? For example, this time, the Qianlong High School caught the murderer. If he was still in the south, would he let the crown prince know? Even if the crown prince didn't know, what did it have to do with him? It's not easy to live in the capital. Nan Zhengqian shook his head and sighed. I have to go back to the Southern Legion as soon as possible. These bullshit matters. Whoever wants to meddle in it can go. I'm so annoyed, so annoyed. He sighed and dialed a number. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Fuck. I'm still on the blacklist. He hurriedly called the Qianlong High School. Keep an eye on him. Don't leak any information. Understood. Chief Nan's voice became heavy. Yi Changqing, that Gao Zhiyun, are you sure you want to protect him? Yi Changqing said, Gao Zhiyun has really changed. His repentance was before this operation. Since the last time, Gao Zhiyun has changed. He is always thinking of the Qianlong High School. He is indeed different from before. Most importantly, I want to give some face to the Gao family's sister-in-law. The Shiman family's daughter. Yi Changqing said in a low voice, Chief Nan, since he has repented, and the Shiman family must not be involved. Chapter 629. Minister Nan did not speak and was silent for a long time. Yi Changqing continued, after Gao Zhiyun was set up last time, his mentality changed greatly. He probably went through a life and death experience and understood a lot. At that time, the Starry Mountains incident had not happened yet. I think we should give him a chance. Minister Nan was still silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, Yi Changqing, you have to know that you have to bear the responsibility for protecting Gao Zhiyun. He has you as his guarantor now, but there may not be anyone to bear the responsibility for you later. Yi Changqing said in a deep voice, Commander Nan is wise. If we can keep a talent, Yi Changqing is duty-bound. Changqing has been in the army for many years. I am confident in my judgment. Even if I can't compare with Commander Nan, I will still have some. He did not call him Minister Nan, but called him Commander Nan in the army. A subordinate making such a promise to a superior was no different from a military order in the army. Moreover, Yi Changqing's rank in the army was much lower than Minister Nan's. Nan Zhengqian was silent for a moment before he said, well, since you have said so, there is no harm in granting your request. But Gao Zhiyun can't stay in Hidden Dragon Academy to teach anymore. I have no right to ask about the position. I will listen to the arrangements of the superior. Minister Nan thought for a moment and suddenly said, then let Gao Zhiyun transfer to Shui City First High School to be the vice principal. His whole family will go there and cannot return to the capital for 100 years. Yi Changqing showed a grateful expression, thank you, Commander Nan. He understood that Minister Nan was still worried about Gao Zhiyun and deliberately put him under Gu Qianfan to watch over him for 2 years. In this way, he was indirectly relieved of his responsibility. How is Sui Xiaoduo? Minister Nan asked. Nothing much. It's just that the child is itching for a beating. His teacher is helping to relieve the itch. Yi Changqing replied, in 2 words, he is being beaten. Minister Nan was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily and hung up the phone. Well, this was the only good news he had heard recently. He could only be happy for once. The various departments in Shangjing began to operate at an unprecedented high speed. The law enforcement agencies were operating at full capacity, but it was still not enough. This time, they had caught too many people. The Discipline Inspection Department and other departments joined in one after another, and all the members of the military department supervised them. Later on, even the martial arts department joined in, and only then did they ensure that all the cases were heard at the same time. For a time, Southern Chief's side was under great pressure. These clans were all famous and influential, and each of them had a military background. Countless generals at the front line called to ask about it. Everyone knew one thing: since Southern Chief Nan had made a move, it was impossible for the case to be unjust or false. It had to be a real crime. Now, it was just a matter of whether the confession would be made sooner or later, as well as the severity of the crime. No one dared to think that they could be absolved of their crimes. They all laughed and said, "Hello, Marshal Nan. Do you still remember me? I am Little Monkey. He, the skinniest one in the Western Army. He. Nothing much, nothing much. I just wanted to say hello." Yes, don't worry, Marshal Nan. Thank you, Marshal Nan. Yes, all the brothers are well. Cough cough. Actually, recently, when people get old, they think a lot and have a lot of memories. I remember the days when I drank with old Gao. Sigh, he has been dead for many years. His bones are rotting. I always want to go back to Shangjing to take a look. Sigh, I am Little Monkey. I am Little Chick from the Eastern Army. Back then, you told me that I would gain weight. It is a pity that I am still so skinny. I must live up to the name Little Chick that Marshal Nan gave me. Ahahaha, nothing much. I just missed Marshal Nan and called to ask about you. Hahaha, didn't I just fight another battle recently? I used the same saber that Wei Zhongyuan gave me. Now that I have made a contribution, it is inevitable that I will think of him. Alright, Marshal Nan, you are busy. Hello, Marshal Nan, I am Little Dizzy Egg, the one in the Northern Army. Little Dizzy Egg, I lost myself in the military assessment. Marshal Nan, you and the other marshals named me Little Dizzy Egg together. Yes, it's nothing. I always thought that it was not easy for everyone to live. Since Marshal Nan has taken care of me so much, I especially wanted to say hello. It's cold, Marshal Nan, do you still remember old Wu? Wu Buotao, Marshal Nan. He died in a battle on such a cold day. Sigh, Marshal Nan, you don't know how cold it is in the northern borderline. My nose is still dripping. No matter how high my cultivation is, I can't withstand the cold wind. Hello, Marshal Nan, I am covered in hair. Our brothers miss you very much. When are you coming back? When you are not here, we are not in the mood to fight and drink. It's nothing. We just haven't greeted you for a long time. We miss you so much. Yes, our old brothers are all here. Just now, Big Butt was still talking about the Battle of the Volcano. I still remember that LV Chongfeng was a deputy general that you personally appointed at that time. In the blink of an eye, he has died so many years ago. It's nothing, we just miss you. Okay, you are busy. If Nan Zhengqian was not in charge of such a phone call, if it were someone else, they would not have been able to handle it. Only Nan Zhengqian, the great Buddha, could sit there and calm down. No one dared to be presumptuous. Marshal Nan had been answering such phone calls for a few days. It could be said that since the people were captured, there was nothing for him to do with the interrogation. He only needed to wait for the follow-up report. However, his main job became to answer the phone calls during this period of waiting. He had a headache from answering the phone calls, but his blood was boiling. However, he had to answer the phone calls. Not a single one of them. With his official position and status, he could totally refuse to answer all these calls. He could just issue a cold order: whoever dared to disturb him through the phone would be dealt with according to military law. Then, everything would be over. However, as a soldier, Nan Zhengqian deeply understood the feelings between comrades, especially the old brothers who were still alive. Something had happened to the family of their old comrade who had been sacrificed for many years. Even if these guys racked their brains, they would still want to ask about the situation. Now, All the calls were just to laugh it off. No one pleaded for leniency. The military was the place with the strictest laws. Who among the soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles did not know the seriousness of the military law? Since Minister Nan had personally arrested them, how could they run away? However, if they did not ask, how could they face their old comrade? Therefore, each and every one of them smiled and begged their respective commanders to get Marshal Nan's number. Then, one by one, they shamelessly called over. No one begged them. Even more so, no one asked them to do so. All of them did it on their own accord. They also knew that the descendants of their old comrade must have crossed the line. That was why Marshal Nan had personally taken action. However, at this moment, they abandoned their own principles and ran over one by one. Each of them did not even frown when they were stabbed hundreds of times by a steel knife. Now, they were all high-ranking generals who could command the world. Some of them bowed humbly, some of them flattered and said soft words. Every one of them was already so old, but they still brought up the pet names that would make them furious if they heard someone talk about them casually. They came to talk to Nan Shui, trying to worm their way into being friends with him, and indirectly revealing their past friendship. They knew that Marshal Nan had committed an unforgivable crime. Therefore, they did not say anything to plead for leniency. However, Nan Jingqian understood that every word that came out of their mouths was a plea from the bottom of their hearts. They hoped that he would be able to feel compassion for them. It was not for this group of bastards who had forgotten their ancestors and violated the law. It was for his comrade who had been through life and death with him on the battlefield. He was no longer here. He had the obligation to help him take care of his family and continue the bloodline. Nan Jingqian understood this feeling. He understood it better than anyone else. Therefore, he kept his phone open and answered the phone continuously. He was not annoyed at all. He wanted this group of brothers to do their best for their brothers. Even when he looked at the names of these people who called, his heart was only filled with boiling warmth and comfort. Therefore, he continued to answer these pleading phone calls. He answered them in high spirits, and his eyes were moist. Don't worry. I know what you want to say. Don't you trust me, Nan Jingqian? Don't play tricks with me. Go do your thing. I know what you want to say better than you do. Get out of here. Go fight your war. Am I not better than you to worry about these things? I can't spare those who break the law. Can't I spare even the roots? Do you look down on me so much? Do you think I am purely cold-blooded? Just talk to me. Why are you stuttering? Even if you stutter for another year, you won't be able to ask me to be merciful. But I really won't be merciful. Okay. Stop talking. Am I not a soldier? Am I not a former comrade? I don't understand. Go do your thing. Next time, drink. The group of old generals was moved to tears. Thank you, Marshal Nan. All hail Marshal Nan. Marshal Nan, thank you on behalf of our old brothers. Thank you. The old generals were all satisfied. The more rude and impolite Marshal Nan was, the more he did not treat himself as an outsider. If he used a bureaucratic tone, this matter could not be handled. Nan Jingqian compiled a list of all the old generals who called. The number of people exceeded the 400 mark. Only 2 days had passed. In the next few days, he did not know how many more people would call. Therefore, Marshal Nan simply waved his hand and pulled all these people into a group. This group forbids idle chatter. When the families you care about have specific results, report it in the group immediately. Stop jumping up and down. You are not the kind of people who flatter others. I am sick of all your flattery. Go do what you are supposed to do. Let me say this first. Even if you are the descendants of the meritorious officials, you must pay the price for making a big mistake. As for the other accomplices, this time, they will be severely punished and will not be tolerated. However, if the seedlings in the family have not been seriously eroded, then their crimes do not warrant death. They will definitely not leave no one alive from the meritorious family, regardless of age or gender, and kill them all. Therefore, in the future, there will be descendants of these families who will go to the border to redeem themselves. Their ancestral homes will be preserved. When they have accumulated enough merit, they will move back. However, if they do not have enough merit at that time, then it will be because you did not teach them well and did not do your best. It will not be my fault. Do you understand? If they die in battle, it will not be anyone's fault. Do you understand? Only then did the hundreds of old generals feel reassured. Below, there was a formation. Thank you, Marshal Nan. Finally, they could account to their old brothers. Nan Jingqian let out a sigh of relief after dealing with this matter. Those old generals were not the only ones who cared about their past relationship. How could he not care about his past relationship with his old comrades? Just as he had said, they were all descendants of meritorious officials. Even though they had been sitting in their positions without doing any work, if they were to really kill them all, how could they face the merits of their old brothers who were still standing in the ancestral hall? In the dream, if they stared at you and asked, for example, if Wei Zhongyuan came to you in your dream and asked, the family is guilty, but such a big family, is there no one innocent? Those 3-year-old and 5-year-old children are all guilty of heinous crimes. Do they have to be beheaded, Nan Jingqian? They were indeed dead and would not ask again. However, those who were alive would not forget them. They would dream of them. That was the heart. Today's third update, although this chapter does not have much actual content, I feel weird writing it. I don't want to continue writing. Take a break. Chapter 630. Chief Nan felt that if he really executed these families, he really wouldn't dare to face these gazes. Therefore, even if these old generals didn't come to plead for mercy, he wouldn't be so ruthless. In the past, he had fought hundreds of battles in the mountains and rivers. In exchange for a little leniency outside the law, Nan Jingqian felt that he could be selfish for once. The law was indifferent to human feelings. It wasn't just empty talk. However, I'll clean up the culprits of the crimes for you. I believe you'll do the same if you're still around. Those who are guilty will be dealt with severely. There will be no leniency and they'll all be killed. The descendants of meritorious officials will also be punished. However, I won't implicate them. If I did it 10 years later, I'm afraid the crimes would really be monstrous. Then, not even a dog would be left. Yi Changqing didn't tell Nan Jingqian the truth. Zhou Xiaoduo was indeed being beaten up, but Wen Xingtian wasn't the only one who was beating him up. Yi Changqing was also beating him up. Wen Xingtian, Grandma Shi, Xiang Quanren, Zhan Xiaofei, and everyone else who participated in the Starlight Mountain Range rescue were all beating Zhou Xiaoduo up. This frisky monkey had to be beaten up. After this incident, everyone was really scared to death. The truth was that he was playing hide-and-seek with them most of the time in the Starlight Mountain Range. He clearly knew that they were waiting for him, but he didn't come out to meet them. Tens of thousands of assassins were hunting him down. Even though the people outside were so anxious that their hearts were about to burst, he was still leisurely and carefree. For the next few days, Zhou Xiaoduo was being served until he cried out in pain. I really didn't do it on purpose. Zhou Xiaoduo explained miserably, this was clearly a plan. You used me as bait, so why did you still beat me? Can't you be more reasonable? You're all role models. Zhou Xiaoduo felt wronged. In the end, I had already thought of a way out, but those bodyguards wouldn't let me come out and meet with you guys. There were so many super practitioners blocking in front of me. What could I do? Although these people were usually reasonable people, they intended to be unreasonable to the end when it came to him. Forget about Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing. However, Grandma Shi did not care about this. She did not know about any plan, let alone the bait. In any case, she had been so anxious these past few days that her heart had turned into 8 pieces. This little naughty monkey was actually so good at playing hide and seek that the old lady was angry. She lived close to Zhou Xiaoduo, so he couldn't avoid her even if he wanted to. All he had to do was think about it and rush up to her in a single breath. Within a day, Zhou Xiaoduo was beaten by Grandma Shi 17 to 18 times. It wasn't dark yet. Zhou Xiaoduo's swollen buttocks were gone, and swollen again. He deliberately put on an aggrieved face and greeted her with a pitiful look like a kitten. However, she didn't pity him at all. Instead, he was beaten even harder. You still feel wronged? You still dare to feel wronged? Grandma Shi scolded him as she waved a long whip, chasing Zhou Xiaoduo around the villa's courtyard. No matter how he dodged, the long whip seemed to have eyes. It stuck to Zhou Xiaoduo's buttocks and whipped him. Wait until after dinner. Zhou Xiaoduo supported his swollen buttocks and returned to the bedroom under Li Chenglong's gloating gaze. It seemed that he had passed the high martial arts school, but there was still another obstacle. Zhou Xiaoduo was nervous. His parents probably didn't know that he had gone out for training, right? Now that it was over, he had to quickly tell them that he was safe. Family group. Obedient Xiaoduo, la la la, la la la, I'm an obedient puppy. After school today, the teacher praised me for being a good kid. Father, hee hee. Mother, hee hee. Body light and soft thoughts cat, hee hee. Obedient Xiaoduo, Dad, Mom, did you miss me? 2 kissing emojis, body light and soft thoughts cat, hee hee. Mother, school is over. You're home. Obedient Xiaoduo, Mother, you're wise and farsighted. School just ended. Back to the villa. Li Chenglong, that bastard, is still practicing martial arts downstairs. I finished my lessons early in school. Hee hee hee, hee hee hee. Mother, is Starlight Mountain Range School fun? It's a good place to play hide and seek. Obedient Xiaoduo. 2 confused emojis. Mother, dog, you've grown up. You're a man. Not bad, not bad. You're so good at telling lies. You can brag without blushing at all. Not bad, not bad. Your dad's genes are really strong. I'm a hero, I'm a bastard. I'm a bastard. Blood dripping from a broadsword emoji, obedient Xiaoduo, black lines on the forehead. Imperial father, black lines appear on his forehead. Body light and soft thoughts cat, dog. 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 Cute and fierce voice emojis. Obedient Xiaoduo, I was wrong. I was very wrong. I shouldn't have. It's all my fault. Mother, what did you do wrong? What didn't you do wrong? Obedient Xiaoduo, I shouldn't have lied. Sob. But soft thoughts cat taught me this. Body light and soft thoughts cat, dog. Gnashing teeth emoji. Mother, hee 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 hee. This ability to shift the blame is really inherited. The bastard father gave birth to a bastard son. Obedient Xiaoduo, the young and beautiful mother is mighty. His mother, who was peerless in her generation, was mighty. The mother of the national beauty was mighty. The mighty mother of the spellbinding birds and geese. His mother, who had turned into a fairy, was mighty. Mother Empress, little bastard, are you planning to anger me to death before you're happy? Why are you flattering me? Forceful angry emoji with a smile. Body light and soft thoughts cat, the young and beautiful mother is mighty. His mother, who was peerless in her generation, was mighty. The mother of the national beauty was mighty. The mighty mother of the spellbinding birds and geese. His mother, who had turned into a fairy, was mighty. Mother, Father, you child, why didn't you say something so important? You're making your mother anxious. Making use of every opportunity to show his presence. Mother, Get out of my way. Do you think you're done? We still have a lot to settle, you bastard. Father. Mother, I haven't asked you yet. How's your harvest this time? Obedient Xiao Duo, I've gained a lot this time. The outside world is rich and colorful. Every time I look up, I see reinforcements. When I look down, I see treasures. When I straighten up, I see two demon kings fighting. Both of them are defeated. I've gained a lot. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. Please don't call me a two-sleeved golden wind. I'm a two-sleeved golden mountain. Mother, speechless emoji. Your mother is inexperienced. I've never been to the outside world. Is the outside world really so wonderful? A two-sleeved golden mountain. Is it really a two-sleeved golden mountain? Obedient Xiao Duo, really? More real than real gold. I'll go home in a few days. I'll bring a lot of good things back for my parents. Then you'll know what a two-sleeved golden mountain is. Body light and soft thoughts cat, when are you going back? Let's go together. I have a lot of good things too. Obedient Xiao Duo, well, soft thoughts cat. Now that my cultivation has improved greatly, I can't be compared to the past. A mere Huayun is no longer in my eyes. It's time to let you know how powerful I am. Body light and soft thoughts cat, hee hee, the most beautiful girl in the world accepts your challenge, little ant-like puppy. Remember to wag your tail and bark like a dog when you lose. Don't go back on your word. Obedient little duo, it's a deal. If you lose, you have to wear a cat-eared maid costume, pretend to be a cat tail, and dance your tail for me to see. Body light and soft thoughts cat, you're courting death. Furious voice, mother, both of you, get lost. Go do whatever you need to do. Let me know when you're coming back. Mother will make chive pancakes for you. Obedient little duo, mommy is so nice. Body light and soft thoughts cat, mother is so nice. Imperial father, what about me? No one spoke for a long time. Taking a closer look, everyone's avatars were dark and offline. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Zhuo Changlu was speechless and was still staring at the screen waiting for a reply, Wu Yuding suddenly burst into laughter. She was exceptionally happy. Zhuo Changlu gritted his teeth. Good. Lad, you're so nice. When you come back, we'll settle our old and new debts together. Zhuo Xiaoduo put down his phone and rolled on the bed a dozen times. Then, he burrowed into the quilt and chuckled like a fool. Suddenly, he sat up and pointed to the front. Nian Mao. Jump for me. Twist him up. You didn't expect me to be telling the truth, did you? Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators are no longer in this uncle's eyes. Wahahaha. He laughed foolishly for a long time before he stood up and stuck his head out of the window. Swollen. Come on up. Zhuo Xiaoduo was ready to deal with the spoils of war. The 2 sleeves of gold were not just empty words. In the Starlight Mountain Range, in addition to the numerous spatial rings, he had also obtained a few top-grade heavenly treasures and many spiritual plants and spiritual herbs. With so many resources, Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed. However, he was not interested in organizing them. I'm busy. I don't have time. I'm only responsible for the collection and the process. As for classifying them into different categories and neatly, it was enough that they were swollen. It was better to share this joy with others than to share it alone. He had to share this joy with his friends. Hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's loud shouts, Grandma Shi, who was in the small courtyard, revealed a relieved smile. After such a long time, she was actually a little unused to not hearing this kid's shouts. Li Chenglong wiped his sweat and went upstairs. His whole body was steaming. What's up? Swollen was working very hard now. He was racing against time in his cultivation. His level of effort was more than 10 times more than before. Even at lunchtime, he would do martial arts squats while eating. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of food, he would immediately go back to cultivate. In a day, he would spend more than 10 hours in the gravitational machine. With such hard work, the results could be seen with the naked eye. His progress was very fast. Although I've positioned myself as a military advisor, I can't be a weak point. Otherwise, Zhuo won't be able to carry me. If I fall behind, I won't be able to catch up. Chapter 631. Something's up. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand mysteriously, winking at him. What's up? Li Chenglong put on a cautious expression, looking cautious and suspicious. Is this guy trying to trick me again? Every time Boss Zhuo showed this kind of expression, I either got screwed over, or my debt multiplied again for no reason. Damn! What's with that expression? Do you think I'm tricking you? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. Ha! Li Chenglong rolled his eyes at the sky and chuckled. His pronunciation was perfect. You're making my balls hurt. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes, put the Tower of Destruction on the table, whistled, and pointed, go in. Li Chenglong was not to be outdone, and whistled, together. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Okay, 2 dogs. There were so many things, and they couldn't fit in a bedroom that was more than 20 meters long. Tisk, why are you being so mysterious? Li Chenglong knew about the existence of the Tower of Destruction. When Wen Xingtian borrowed it and returned it to Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong was there, and Wen Xingtian did not hide it. Regarding this, Zhuo Xiaoduo only reminded him not to leak it out, and that was it. After all, Yi Changqing had the Tower of Destruction, and it was not a secret at all. But now that the tower was in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands, there were not many people who knew about it. Zhuo Xiaoduo had always been very careful when it came to keeping secrets, but Li Chenglong had always been steady, and it was not a big deal for him to keep it a secret. However, only Zhuo Xiaoduo knew about the change in the flow of time and the transformation of the nature of the tower. This time, asking Li Chenglong to go in was the result of Zhuo Xiaoduo's careful consideration. Even if we go in, I'll have to carry you. Amidst Li Chenglong's blood-curdling screams, Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed the back of Li Chenglong's swollen neck and dragged Li Chenglong into the tower. He had to take advantage of this. Fuck, don't lift me up. Li Chenglong's feet were lifted off the ground as he was dragged in. As soon as he entered, a scorching heat wave hit him in the face. He almost suffocated on the spot. So hot. Why is it so hot in here? Huff, huff, huff. Ow! Then, he screamed, fire, fire. Inside, the heart of the ardent sun had not absorbed any heat for the past few days. Of course, the heat inside was extraordinary. As soon as Li Chenglong entered, he almost immediately entered the red-hot furnace. This was also because Swollen's cultivation had improved considerably. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear this heat. He wouldn't be able to withstand it. Regarding this, Zhuo Xiaoduo was actually holding back. He roasted Li Chenglong for a full 2 minutes before using the Flaming Sun Sutra to absorb the heat. He just stood there and watched as Li Chenglong's clothes and hair evaporated in a very short time. A brand new big bald head was born. Swollen couldn't take it anymore and wanted to go out. Zhuo Xiaoduo comforted him as he absorbed the heat. After about 20 minutes, the entire space finally became warm and comfortable. It was no longer like a furnace purgatory like before. However, Li Chenglong had already followed in Zhuo Xiaoduo's footsteps. He was completely naked from head to toe. Every part of his body was bare. He was squatting on the ground with his hands covering his private parts. His face was full of shame and anger. This is too much. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? You exhibitionist. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with extreme disdain, why are you covering your little worm? Fuck. Don't point your butt at me. Li Chenglong wanted to cry but no tears came out. How am I an exhibitionist? Isn't this all your fault? Do you still have a conscience? Why did you only protect my body and not my clothes? Li Chenglong hurriedly took out clothes from his space ring and put them on as he complained angrily. Being happy alone is better than being happy together. Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his bald head and said, "Now, I finally feel a bit of balance. Brothers should share blessings and misfortunes. Don't you think so?" Swollen was so angry that he was about to explode. "You turned me into a bald man because of this reason. You're crazy. Don't be angry, don't be angry. There's really good news. After experiencing misfortune together, we'll naturally enjoy blessings together. Great news is waiting for you." The corpses of the two monster kings, the two saber-winged tigers in the yellow circle, and the heart of the sun had been hidden by Zhuo Xiaoduo on the other side of the earth vein. It was not that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not trust Li Chenglong. It was just that he had some reservations out of his cautious nature. Changlu's godchild, relationships between people are like this. They can be so close that they can talk about anything, but they can never reveal all their wealth. Especially when it comes to treasures that you have a lot of but your brother doesn't. Zhuo Xiaoduo would always remember Zhuo Changlu's teachings in his heart, never test people's nature. Because a test would be followed by a loss. It could not be said that there were no people in this world who would not be jealous or greedy in the face of such a peerless treasure. However, it would be good if there was 1 in 10 billion people. Take the supreme grade jade of astral souls as an example. If Zhuo Xiaoduo gave Li Chenglong one piece, Swollen would be grateful. However, if Zhuo Xiaoduo gave him 10 pieces in one go, he would be inexplicably shocked, but he would not be as touched as when he was only given one piece. Furthermore, if he knew that you had 1,000 pieces or more, he might complain that you gave too little. Why didn't you give a few more pieces? You didn't care about brotherhood at all. This was probably the difference between being indebted to someone and being hated to be indebted to another. Zhuo Xiaoduo would not test him like this. Why are there so many space rings? The moment Li Chenglong looked at them, he was indeed shocked. On the empty ground in front of him, there were 20 rows of space rings neatly arranged. 50 in each row. 20 rows, 50 in each row. That was a total of 1,000 space rings. 1,000 space rings. Li Chenglong felt that he was going to faint. This is simply. Even if the wealth in the space rings was not included, just these 1,000 space rings were already a considerable amount of wealth. Space rings were not easy to get. For ordinary practitioners, they had to at least have cultivation in the embryonic breathing realm to have enough deific consciousness to open the space rings. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a higher starting point. The first thing he got was the space ring that Blind Hong had left him. Now, he had obtained so many space rings in one go, which made the space rings seem like common goods. In terms of quality, more than 70% of the space rings that Zhuo Xiaoduo had obtained were better than the space rings that Li Chenglong was wearing. After all, it was the lifetime savings of a high-ranking bounty hunter. How could it not be good? What are the things in these rings that I have not cleaned up? I definitely can't clean it up by myself. It would be a waste of time. Let's do it together. It will definitely be faster. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Li Chenglong said angrily, "What do you mean by let's do it together? Isn't it just me doing it alone? How can I not know you?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said matter-of-factly, "Since you understand, then let's start working, Engineer Li." Li Chenglong straightened his neck and said, "How much is the commission?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said angrily, "What commission?" Li Chenglong said, "Don't you pay when you hire people to work? You said that we will do it together, but how much can you do? Don't you have any idea? You still owe me now." Zhuo Xiaoduo started counting with his fingers. The market value is about 1.5 no alliance continents. That is that. Li Chenglong's attitude was tough. As for the debt, you can calculate it however you want and add interest. But the benefits in front of him had to be obtained first. Say it. 2 rings of the best quality with the largest storage space, and 1% of the total profits. Swollen demanded. Bullshit. Why don't you go rob a bank? It's fine if you want the rings, but you dare to ask for 1% of the total profits? That's too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo was angry. Get out, I'll count it myself. I'd rather work hard than be exploited by a villain like you. I'm not going out. Also, you should know who's exploiting who. Li Chenglong, you're too greedy. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Zhuo Xiaoduo was angry and started giving examples. This is like the richest man in the world. He has more than $1 trillion in assets, and he wants to know how much money he has. So he hires a few accountants and says, count it for me. Then these accountants say to the richest man, we can count it, but we want 1% of it. Li Chenglong, do you think this is reasonable? Don't you think you're too much? Li Chenglong was stunned. Damn, it actually makes sense. Then tell me how much you'll give me. I'll give you 100 mid-grade astral souls jades. Zhuo Xiaoduo said generously. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. 200 mid-grade. 10,000 high-grade. Li Chenglong demanded an exorbitant price. Go to hell. 8,000. Go to hell. 5,000. Deal. Li Chenglong was discouraged. Based on his understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo, he knew that he had asked for too little. Zhuo Xiaoduo crossed his legs and whipped Li Chenglong's back. You've already received your pay, so hurry up and get to work. You're a long-term worker, what are you waiting for? Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like you. Li Chenglong muttered to himself regretfully, I've lost money. Before Zhuo Xiaoduo came back, Li Chenglong had already known that this kid must have gained a lot. As his closest subordinate, he would definitely be able to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. This was the inevitable outcome. Li Chenglong knew that if he went out this time, he would also share the good things with Zhuo Xiaoduo when he came back. This was the relationship between the two of them. However, this guy treated it as his pay. This was a clear price. But this was simply bullying. I shouldn't have mentioned the pay, I should have asked for a gift. Li Chenglong felt that he had been tricked. He should have received 2 gifts, but now he only received 1. I've lost so much. He started to work on the space ring, which made him complain even more. Mamma mia, the divine sense restriction on it hasn't been broken. Isn't this a scam? Chapter 632. Li Chenglong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This time, it was even worse. He had to use his own spiritual power to melt the imprint on the ring, and then erase it. Only then could he open the interspatial ring. In this way, the workload was not just multiplied, it was multiplied by 10 times, or even dozens of times. It should be known that many of the imprints on the rings were left by cloud transformation stage or even royal god stage cultivators. Li Chenglong, this Xiao ant. Cough, cough. Left skinning. You're ruthless. Li Chenglong gnashed his teeth and began to work. Of course, the other worker was not idle either. Before Li Chenglong came in, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already sent Xiao Long out to continue moving the earth veins. Now, the treasures in the interspatial ring could only sustain life, but could not grow. How could this be? Eat my food, live my house, play my games, drink my money, take my money, and don't work. How could this be justified? Zhuo Xiaoduo expressed that he couldn't stand such a situation. After promising the little dragon a generous reward of 1 deity per earth vein, the little dragon happily went out to work. About 5 or 6 minutes later. The first ring was unlocked. Walla walla! A pile of things appeared in front of him. All kinds of medicinal pills, healing pills, cultivation pills, detoxification pills, recovery pills, spirit pills. Everything. All kinds of clothes, disguise tools, hidden weapons, astral souls, jade, medicinal herbs, tents, bedding, underwear, food, drinks, tobacco, alcohol, sugar, tea, and all kinds of other things. There were also 2 martial arts manuals. There were more than 100 kinds of things. It was as if he had poured out a grocery store. Moreover, it was the super kind. Li Chenglong's heart jumped in fright. Fuck. Immediately, he sorted these things one by one. Useless things like tents, clothes, and so on were all thrown to one side. These things were either thrown out or burned to ashes in the interspatial ring. As long as they were useful, they were sorted and placed at a distance of more than 10 feet. If there were any, they were directly thrown out. In this way, 50 interspatial rings were taken out in a row. Li Chenglong completely lost his temper. He directly lay on the ground and played dead. She refused to get up no matter what. Being able to do this kind of work was simply a gift from the heavens. He handled it accurately and quickly. However, in this situation, Li Chenglong was at a loss. He had suffered a great loss. This was simply bullying. It looked like there were only 1,000 rings, but in some of the interspatial rings, there were actually several other interspatial rings. Among them, the biggest haul so far was a small mountain of resources after one of the rings was opened. There were also more than 30 space rings that had yet to be unsealed. In other words, they weren't empty, but the kind that hadn't been checked yet. This was equivalent to increasing the workload for the swelling by several times. Li Chenglong worked himself to death to open the first row of 50 rings, but in reality, he had done the work of 120 rings. Swollen felt like he was about to go crazy. Looking at the piles of various materials around him, he was dazzled. There were 120 rings, and the items stored in them were listed below: 1 piece of supreme grade jade of astral souls. More than 40,000 pieces of superior grade jade of astral souls. Middle grade jade of astral souls. More than 1.2 million. Various types of elixirs. 1,900 bottles. Various mid-grade and low-grade heavenly treasures. 140 stocks. 17 pieces of superior grade heavenly treasures. 27 martial arts manuals. Various types of swords and weapons. 340. And a mountain of miscellaneous items. Cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, clothes, bedding, tents, and other daily necessities were all included in the same category. What was worth mentioning was that in one of the interspatial rings, there was a small mountain of tens of thousands of women's underwear. There were hundreds of different types of big brassieres, and all of them were of different sizes. There were hundreds of different types of underwear. Li Chenglong's eyes were wide open. His horizons had truly been broadened. He even took the underwear that looked like 2 strings and compared it to his body. He studied it for a long time in confusion. This is for tying hair. In short, Swollen was exhausted. Li Chenglong said weakly, "Zwa, you'd better deal with these first. Otherwise, your space is not enough." Li Chenglong was telling the truth. Just the underwear alone was a mountain that was hundreds of feet high. There were thousands of cigarettes, almost 4,000 to 5,000 boxes of wine, and thousands of pounds of tea leaves. Not to mention other things. Swa Xiaoduo did not expect the scene to be so big when he just started to deal with it. Even the space-destroying tower could not handle it. He said generously, "Swollen, look at these. Other than the astral souls, elixirs, manuals, elixirs, weapons, meteorites, and strange metals. You can take whatever you want. You can take them all." Li Chenglong lay on the ground. He felt his tears of sorrow flowing like a river. "Damn you. You made it sound so nice. Other than what you said, the rest are the clothes, underwear, tents, bedding, and so on. Oh, and that mountain of women's underwear. So what you really mean is that you want me to throw rubbish for you? The tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea are all good stuff. They are worth a lot of money. I'll give them all to you. Are you happy now? Sua Xiaoduo continued to be generous. Li Chenglong expressed that he didn't care. I don't want those things. Looking at the mountain of high and middle grade star spirit jades, Swollen's heart was filled with waves of sorrow. I'm dealing with a mountain of gold. I've only cleaned up 1/20th of it, and I'm already rich enough to rival a country. But I only gave you 1 copper coin as a reward. I still owe a debt that is worth 2 continents. Wait a minute. Damn it, since when can my debt be calculated in terms of the value of 1.5 continents? How is the interest calculated? But in the next moment, his tears turned into laughter. How many times have you compressed your embryonic breathing realm? Sua Xiaoduo asked. Just once. Li Chenglong looked at him eagerly. Not bad. Sua Xiaoduo said, you can practice in the Tower of Annihilation for the time being. Here are 2 pounds of high-grade demonic beast meat. The spiritual energy inside is very rich. Eat it when you practice later. Take note, this thing has to be digested bit by bit. Don't break through the barrier of the inner elixir realm all of a sudden. Otherwise, you will lose more than you gain. Okay. I understand. Li Chenglong took the 2 pounds of white and tender centipede meat. He was so happy that his 16 white teeth were showing. He knew that something good would happen. Boss is so considerate. He did not miss him so much. How could a mountain of gold and silver be more important than cultivation? Boss is awesome. I love you, boss. Roar roar roar. I am happy to work for you. Roar roar roar. You practice first and rest well. I'm going out to do something. Although it was already night time. Sua Xiaoduo still went out. After he went out, he called Fang Yinhua. Hearing that Sua Xiaoduo had returned safe and sound, Fang Yinhua almost cried with joy. Little ancestor, I followed you to the starry mountain range and sneaked back halfway. This is not a place where I can go. You have people protecting you, but no one can protect me. It's not easy for me to live in this life. Sua Xiaoduo said that he had a lot of things to deal with. There are tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of women's underwear. They are very fashionable. Fang Yinhua said, I'm very interested. When young master is free, I'll come and get them. Warn. Then it's okay. For Mr. Fang, it's not a problem at all. They can be put on the shelves after some processing. Mr. Fang said, I'm familiar with this. Don't worry, young Master Zhua. If it doesn't work, I'll pay some people to carry the goods. As for the other goods, Mr. Fang will take care of them. Leave them to me. I promise. Sua Xiaoduo was relieved. Then, he went to find Mr. Sunday. Yes, Mr. Sun was the one who helped him collect the Astral Soul's jade powder. He had been away for 20 days, and the Astral Soul's jade powder had accumulated over there. It was about to overflow. Sua Xiaoduo was right. Mr. Sun bought the sports field that covered an area of almost 100 mu, and it was now filled with the Astral Soul's jade powder. The highest pile was more than 50 meters high. If Sua Xiaoduo didn't come, Mr. Sun would have to consider buying another piece of land next to it. Sua Xiaoduo was very satisfied with Mr. Sun's efficiency. After walking 1 round, he collected all the Star Soul jade powder. This action was equivalent to taking away a huge mountain. After he was done, Boss Sun looked at the flat ground under his feet, as if he was dreaming. He was a high-level cultivator after all, and his wealth was amazing. It was amazing and amazing. After settling the bill, Sua Xiaoduo took out several 100 pounds of various kinds of tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea as a reward for Boss Sunday. Mr. Sun was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. These were all consumables stored by high-level cultivators. Every kind of tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea were all high-quality goods. Expensive cigarettes, expensive wine, and expensive tea, all of them were top-quality goods that were rarely seen in the market. Li Chenglong had no love for these things. It was mostly because he had a high standard and there were so many other good things to compare with. But for Boss Sun, getting these things was really more delightful than receiving money. In fact, the value of these things was much higher than the Astral Soul's jade powder. Mr. Sun couldn't help but feel grateful. He made up his mind that he wouldn't let Mr. Zhou down, and he would do everything beautifully. Zhou Xiaoduo left as soon as the matter was settled. He didn't give much. He only gave out 50 bottles of wine, 10 sticks of expensive cigarettes, more than 40 pounds of candy, and 5 to 6 pounds of top-grade tea leaves. These were just a drop in the ocean from what he had seized. However, he knew that it wouldn't be good if he gave too much. Tobacco, wine, and sugar were used quickly, so he gave more. Tea was slow, so he gave less. These were at least enough to support Mr. Sun for 2 to 3 months. However, if he wanted more in the future, it would depend on whether he performed well. If he really gave him all the high-end tobacco, wine, sugar, and tea in the mountain, Mr. Sun might just retire. As long as he sold those things, he would become a new super millionaire, and he wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. Zhou Xiaoduo wouldn't do such a thing. If he retired, who would work for him? In the space, Li Chenglong was sweating profusely. It wasn't because of the heat of the heart of the sun, but because of the centipede meat. Chu Chu didn't know how to deal with it. The meat was raw. How should he eat it? Should he eat it raw or cooked? Chapter 633. Li Chenglong felt that when Zhou gave him the meat, he did not say that it was cooked. Instead, he gave him raw meat directly. What did this mean? Did this mean that this meat had to be eaten raw for it to be effective? That should be the understanding, right? Besides, this was usually the case. Li Chenglong also thought of roasting it before eating it, but he thought that if he roasted it, the spiritual energy inside would be gone. Cough, not to mention roasting it, even if the spiritual energy was consumed. Li Chenglong felt that he would cry until he fainted. This was a great opportunity. Roasted it all away. What a joke. Looking at the white and translucent meat, it looked like prawn meat, and there was basically no fishy smell. But with this appearance, the taste should not be too bad. He would just treat it as sashimi. Li Chenglong only hesitated for a few seconds before he opened his mouth and took a big bite. Sure enough, other than a slight fishy smell, there was no other feeling. After chewing a few times, there was a faint sweetness. Fearing that he did not chew enough and could not use the spiritual energy, he closed his mouth tightly and chewed slowly in his mouth. He chewed the raw meat over and over for 5 minutes, savoring the aftertaste for a long time before he stretched his neck and swallowed it. He carefully put the rest of the meat away and began to circulate his energy to digest it. A few minutes later, Li Chenglong subconsciously screamed. He only felt that there was a sudden explosion of spiritual energy in his stomach. Countless spiritual energy suddenly emerged and rushed towards the meridians all over his body with an explosive force. The spiritual energy in his dantian that had just been compressed was rapidly increasing at a terrifying speed. Fearing for his life. It can't be, right? Only one bite. Li Chenglong didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly circulated his martial arts with all his strength to digest the abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in his dantian grew denser and denser. Even though his dantian rotated faster and faster until it reached its limit, the spiritual energy rushing up from his stomach was still endless. Zhou Xiaoduo did not know, and neither did Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong's idea was correct. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo ate a lot, the amount he ate was dozens or even hundreds of times more than swollen, and a piece of meat was worth several kilograms. However, Master Zhuo roasted the meat and ate it. Naturally, a lot of spiritual energy would be wasted during the roasting process. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo benefited a lot before, it was only because of the large amount. It could be said that it was a real luxury, a waste, a reckless waste of a treasure. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not think that Feifei would be so stupid as to eat it raw. However, Li Chenglong did indeed eat it raw, and the result of doing so was that the spiritual energy was not wasted at all. So the effect this time was simply explosive. Well, it was not just explosive, it was almost bursting that he was sweating profusely. He calmed himself down and did his best to compress his quintessence. Even if the timing was not right, he could not care. Rumble. Where? Zhuo Xiaoduo was filling it with the astral soul's jade powder. But Li Chenglong did not have time to see where the sound was coming from. He had to compress it as soon as possible. Start. However, with this compression, a heart-piercing pain arose spontaneously and surged crazily. Li Chenglong's 7 orifices were full of spiritual energy. He was crazily absorbing and compressing while screaming crazily. This went on for a whole 2 hours before he lay on the ground like a pile of mud, trembling all over. The second round of compression was finally done. As for the spiritual aura in his dantian, it was still nearly half filled by the spiritual aura that entered his dantian. This is too close. What kind of meat is this? Why is it so strange? Li Chenglong took out the centipede meat and looked at it over and over in his hands. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Although there was still some lingering fear, it did not stop him from liking it. So good. This thing. It's a pity that I don't dare to eat anymore. If I eat again, my meridians won't be able to eat anymore. At the very least, I'll need to rest for at least 3 hours before I can continue. Haste makes waste, haste makes waste. Li Chenglong looked as if he had found a treasure. His eyes were full of gratitude. He knew very well how rare this kind of spiritual energy that could increase one's cultivation was. It was priceless and priceless. It was a blasphemy to the spiritual energy. Anyone who obtained it would hide it well and leave it for themselves to enjoy. But Zhuo Xiaoduo threw it to him like a rag. Did Zhuo Xiaoduo not know the use of this meat? That was a joke. He threw it to him from the beginning and told him not to eat too much. How could he not know the terrifying effect of this thing? He knew and returned it. That was a huge favor. No, it could not be described as a favor. This was a deep brotherhood. Swollen and swollen, he conquered himself. His eyes were red and his heart was surging. He was really touched. What more can I ask for in this life to have such a brother? Li Chenglong took a deep breath. He was filled with excitement. From now on, I, Li Chenglong, will achieve great things with Zhuo. Li Chenglong. When he reached the climax of his self-conquering, Zhuo Xiaoduo came back. Seeing Li Chenglong in a sorry state, with bulging meridians and blood spots on his body, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but jump in fright. Why did he have such a big reaction? Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Boss. Zhuo. Li Chenglong rushed forward and hugged Zhuo Xiaoduo. He said sincerely, "Thank you. Thank you." Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his eyebrows and said deeply, "You don't have to thank me. We are brothers." Yes, we are brothers. Li Chenglong was about to cry again. He patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder heavily and sniffed. Everything is said without words. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he felt refreshed and laughed loudly. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned again. After thinking for a while, he realized that Swollen had suddenly improved a lot and was a little too excited. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not feel much because he still had tens of thousands of kilograms of such meat. He only gave away 2 kilograms in total. How could he feel? How is it? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. The second compression was completed directly. Li Chenglong was pleasantly surprised. I only took 1 bite. Only 1 bite. The spiritual energy there could not be contained. Not only did I complete the second compression, but the remaining spiritual energy also accumulated more than half of the spiritual energy in my dantian. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so surprised that his eyeballs almost popped out. No way. The effect is so good. 1 bite? Is it because Li Chenglong's dantian is too small? But that shouldn't be the case. I often cultivate with Zong Zong. No one knows him better than me. Although his dantian can't be compared with mine, it's still much stronger than the average person's. Zong Zong's dantian can't be compared with Zong Zong's. Fortunately, boss reminded me not to eat too much early. Li Chenglong was still scared. He took out the meat and pointed at it. Look, I only took a small bite from here. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. You ate it raw. Li Chenglong was stunned with the meat in his hand. He paused for a while before he came back to his senses. It tastes good raw. It's not inferior to raw fish. Don't you eat it raw? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked strange. It's not sashimi. Of course, it's roasted and stewed. The expression on Li Chenglong's face immediately turned extremely strange. After a while, he said fiercely, I like to eat it raw. This meat tastes fresh and sweet. It's delicious. It's your loss that you didn't eat it raw. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect this guy to be so reckless. Did he really think it was sashimi? What? What are you laughing at? Not only will I eat it raw now, I will eat the whole piece raw. Li Chenglong was angry out of humiliation. I know that you eat it after roasting it. Even if it tastes better after roasting it, it will inevitably lose most of its spiritual energy. Li Chenglong said with a pained expression, I know you're laughing at me, but I really can't bear to roast and eat such a precious treasure. Zhuo Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. You think too much. I'm not laughing at you. You should eat it raw. You're doing the right thing. Ha ha ha. Li Chenglong was furious. The two of them started to wrestle. After a long time, the two of them calmed down. Li Chenglong went out of the Tower of Annihilation to rest. He really needed to rest now. After he went out, he fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up, he found that it was dawn. He washed up and went to school. When he arrived at school, he went to class. When he entered the gravity room to set the time, he found that his phone was broken. It's only 9 o'clock, but it's already afternoon. The quality of this phone is really bad. Unscrupulous merchants. I will never buy fruit brand in the future. He quickly adjusted his phone, put it into the space ring and began to cultivate. After Li Chenglong left, Zhuo Xiaoduo also sat down and seriously considered this problem. He had harvested tens of thousands of pounds of meat this time. Li Chenglong could improve so much with just 1 bite. However, he didn't feel anything after eating for a few days. Did this mean that there was a limit to the effect of this thing? When the body adapted to this energy, no matter how much he ate, there wouldn't be any growth. In other words, no matter how much he ate, it would only satisfy a little of his appetite. It wouldn't have any more effect. Even if he left the portions for his parents, Missing Cat, Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyan, Teacher Hu, and the others, it wouldn't consume too much. Based on Li Chenglong's weight, 200 to 300 pounds would be enough for everyone. No matter how much he used, he would be able to withstand 1,000 pounds. But there was still a lot of surplus left. He couldn't waste it, right? How should he deal with it? Sell it? Sell it to a first-grade firmament like before? No, this time was different from the past. This was the meat of the star beast demon king, the essence of it. If he sold it rashly, it might benefit someone. Should he discuss it with Principal Yi tomorrow? No, Principal Yi was a selfless person. With his character, he would probably persuade him to donate it. Moreover, there was a high chance that he would take action. Why not just sell it? So he should discuss it with Teacher Wen tomorrow. Teacher Wen, this person. In terms of closeness, Zhuo Xiaoduo was more inclined towards Wen Xingtian. If only Teacher Qin Fangyang was here. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Why was he so stupid? Teacher Qin wasn't here, but he could use the phone to contact Teacher Qin. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscription. Thank you. Cough, no double monthly votes this month. Chapter 634. He was not at the Starlight Mountain Range now, so he could contact him by phone. It seemed that he had not contacted Teacher Qin for a long time, and he missed him quite a bit. Since he wanted to do it, he took out his phone. However, when he came out of the Tower of Annihilation, he looked up. Damn, it was already the latter half of the night. It was better to fight in the morning. While Zhuo Xiaoduo was missing Qin Fangyang was still in the Starlight Mountain Range, still fighting. He was bathed in blood. He had only joined the battle at the Starlight Mountain Range in the latter half of the battle. The moment he arrived, he showed a murderous aura. With Qin Fangyang's character, he did not have any scruples. In his opinion, everyone who came here was here to kill his student. They all had bad intentions and were all enemies. He might not be able to find his student, but he knew how to kill. Every time he killed one, he would be in less danger. Therefore, during this period, Qin Fangyang was really more of a killer than a killer. The others had a specific target. However, Qin Fangyang did not. Whoever he met, he killed. As long as he could defeat them, he would kill without mercy. Of course, if he met those he could not defeat, he would turn and run. He would not linger. He was in the last 4 days of this game. However, in these 4 days, the number of people who died in his hands had exceeded the 500 mark. Although his battle achievements were remarkable, he had also caused himself to be riddled with scars. In the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left. However, Qin Fangyang did not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had left and was safe. In fact, most of the bounty hunters did not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left the Starlight Mountain Range. They continued to hide. As a result, Qin Fangyang was still in a constant battle atmosphere. At this time, the Starlight Mountain Range had become a natural hunting battlefield. 2 of the 3 monster kings guarding this area were gone. The remaining Tiger King was also scared out of its wits. Even if the battle was on top of its head, the Tiger King did not care. Originally, there were countless people hunting Zhuo Xiaoduo. However, now, it was Qin Fangyang who was hunting the remaining people. How could some masters not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already left and returned to the martial arts Hidden Dragon High School after noticing that all the members had left? This time, the bounty was destined to be a failure, so they all went back. Some of them even went to Fenghai City to try their luck. Those who didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had left were still waiting in the Starlight Mountains. Qin Fangyang was elusive in his hunting, but he was also elusive in his escape. This wait lasted until the wee hours of the morning. Pluto Palace issued a notice, explanation of the bounty on Zhuo Xiaoduo. Everyone clicked on it and was dumbfounded. I don't know why, but the person who put up the bounty withdrew the bounty and even killed the supervisor of the King of Hell Palace. Now, the King of Hell Palace has started to hunt down the few families that have put up the bounty. With this announcement, the reward was gone. Furthermore, the Hell King Palace didn't bear any responsibility. They were even the victims. There were a lot of excuses. For a moment, the entire underground world was filled with curses. Wasn't this a joke? There were more than 100,000 people playing the bounty with you. Many of them had just finished their own business and were rushing here. They were really on their way, but you cancelled the bounty. Was this a joke? Was this a joke? Furthermore, the underground world's bounty had never been allowed to be cancelled. Whoever dared to cancel it would inevitably face the anger of the world's assassins. The moment the bounty was released, the wealth and treasures needed for the bounty would be taken over by the people of the King of Hell Palace. Who was so bold that they even dared to kill the people of the King of Hell Palace? Suddenly, there were discussions everywhere. After about 10 minutes, the King of Hell Palace released the hunting progress chart. About 2 hours later, the first hunting progress chart suddenly turned black and ended, turning into a string of ellipses. All the assassins who were paying attention to the information were in an uproar. This meant that the gold medal assassin sent by the King of Hell Palace was killed. The King of Hell Palace immediately issued a new notice: the other party's current identity is fake. The third palace master of the King of Hell Palace will personally lead the troops to arrest the culprit. After the investigation, the entire family will be under the King of Hell Palace. The King of Hell Palace will offer a bounty of the same price to this family. Note: the original bounty for Zhou Xiao Duo is cancelled. All the assassins were filled with righteous indignation. Not anger towards the King of Hell Palace, but anger towards the person who issued the bounty. After so many days, it had caused an unusually heavy number of casualties. It's time, but you ran away. What a fucking thing this was. The entire underground world was in complete chaos. No one suspected that the King of Hell Palace was faking it, because this kind of faking was an irreparable loss for the King of Hell Palace. The loss of reputation alone was unbearable. All the assassins left messages one after another. Find them, count me in on the hunt. You must find them and join the hunt. I can't get that bounty, so I'll take this one. The crowd was agitated. At this time, Qin Fangyang also knew that Zhou Xiao Duo had returned to Fenghai City. Since he knew that Zhou Xiao Duo was safe, he instantly lost interest in hunting these people. He, who was riddled with wounds, found a secret place and began to heal his wounds. He was going to go to the Hidden Dragon High School to check on Zhou Xiao Duo at dawn. After making sure that Zhou Xiao Duo was fine, he was going to leave. However, when the sun rose in the morning, he took out his phone to check the time and found a message from Zhou Xiao Duo. Teacher Qin, where are you? Qin Fangyang immediately replied, I'll call you in 2 hours. Zhou Xiao Duo replied, okay. Qin Fangyang immediately came out of his hiding place and left the Starlight Mountains as fast as lightning. He didn't even turn his head. After receiving Qin Fangyang's reply, Zhou Xiao Duo immediately felt relieved. He felt that he had a backbone to support him. Then he would wait for Teacher Qin's news. Zhou Xiaoduo's trust in Qin Fangyang not only exceeded Wen Xingtian, but also almost caught up with Hu Ruoyun. Wen Xingtian was still likely to consider problems from the perspective of the academy and the overall situation. However, Zhou Xiao Duo firmly believed that Teacher Qin would only consider problems from his own standpoint. This was the fundamental difference between the two of them. The reason why he trusted Teacher Hu was also the same. While Zhou Xiao Duo was waiting for Qin Fangyang, it was already 7:00 in the morning. Xiaolong was panting heavily as he moved an earth vein back to the cave. He was just chased out to work yesterday. In less than a day and a night, he actually came back with a ley line. Wasn't his efficiency too high? How can you be so fast? Zhou Xiao Duo was a little in disbelief. Xiaolong was so tired that he was out of breath. While panting, he gestured and explained. It turned out that this guy had divided a ley line into 5 parts and then took out 1/5 of it. Every day, he would move about the same amount. One ley line would be taken out for 4 days, leaving 1/5 behind to maintain the original landscape. It was not a big deal. In this way, it wouldn't cause any big changes when he took out the other ley lines. This way, he could deal with it faster. Sua Xiaoduo agreed that this idea was very correct. A small stream flowed slowly was the absolute truth. It was much more reliable than building a tall building all at once. Xiaolong saw the jade astral soul's powder that was like a small mountain at a glance. He was immediately energized and energized. He started to work again, and he was in high spirits. This time, the amount of jade astral soul's powder collected was almost twice as much as the total amount of jade astral soul's powder collected before. It was really worth being happy about. Overnight, the space in the Tower of Annihilation changed greatly. The ley line was originally very short. But now, the highest point was already dozens of meters high. It was long and winding, and it seemed to have a bit of an atmosphere. However, the matter of changing the ley line in the space was not as simple as Sua Xiaoduo thought. Xiaolong had been busy since he came back. He was busy until Qin Fangyang called, but he was still busy. He was so busy that he was overjoyed and overjoyed. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialist. Sua Xiaoduo would not accompany him. After all, Sua Xiaoduo knew nothing about how to do these things. He could only let Xiaolong do it on his own. It was fine as long as he couldn't swallow the thing inside. Xiaolong repeatedly said that he couldn't do it. It was just a virtual shadow. He couldn't swallow it even if he wanted to. At this moment, Qin Fangyang called. His voice was as calm as ever. What's the matter? His voice was calm and there was a hint of impatience in his tone. However, Sua Xiaoduo could still hear the hidden happiness and relief in Qin Fangyang's voice. He, I miss you, Teacher Qin. Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly laughed. Nonsense. Why do you miss an old man like me? Qin Fangyang rebuked angrily. However, he couldn't hide the indescribable comfort in his heart. In order to hide his emotions, Qin Fangyang coughed and said angrily, if you have something to say, say it quickly. Is your skin too tight and you need to be taught a lesson? Sua Xiaoduo chuckled. Teacher Qin, your voice is so light. It seems like you're really itching for a beating. Qin Fangyang was impatient. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. All right. Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly said, don't hang up, please don't hang up. The thing is, there's something I can't make up my mind about. Other than you, I really don't feel at ease asking anyone else. Qin Fangyang snorted. The cold tone he tried to put on melted instantly. He asked with concern, what's the matter? Sua Xiaoduo hesitated. Where are you now? It's best to talk about it in person. It's not convenient to talk over the phone. It was naturally better to talk about this matter in person. It could also force Qin Fangyang to eat some of it. With such good meat and such a great bargain, it was naturally best to take care of his own people first. Qin Fangyang was silent for a moment, then said, I'm almost at Fenghai. Almost at Fenghai. Sua Xiaoduo, who heard the news on the other side of the phone, immediately shouted excitedly. Then, he heard this brat roaring and shouting as if he was doing somersaults on the other side of the phone. He was extremely excited. Teacher Qin, you must have been at the Starlight Mountain range before, right? Sua Xiaoduo said happily, I knew it. I was wanted, and I was being hunted down. You definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. Qin Fangyang felt that his heart was getting warmer and warmer. However, he said coldly, before your old principal died, he told me to keep an eye on you bastards. If it were me, I wouldn't even bother to move. Tsundere. Teacher Qin was Tsundere again. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes happily. Chapter 635. Sua Xiaoduo cursed in his heart, but he still felt like his heart was about to explode from happiness. Come quickly, I'll send you the location. I'll prepare the food and wine. I have the best food and wine waiting for you. Ha ha ha. I'll call Li Chenglong to come back. Qin Fangyang only felt the thick ice in his heart melting layer by layer. For a moment, he felt a sense of loss. He couldn't help but smile and say, okay. Teacher Qin put down his phone and looked at the sky. And, it was 8:30 in the morning. Lunch would be a good time. Qin Fangyang found a lakeside and looked at his face and the wounds on his body while facing the quiet lake water. He calmly took off his clothes and jumped into the lake to clean himself up. Then, he went ashore and carefully treated all the wounds on his body. He tried his best to make it as inconspicuous as possible. He drank 4 bottles of the Life Origin water that he was reluctant to drink before. He wasn't stingy with the pills that could restore his cultivation and blood. He swallowed several of them. After another round of meditation, he was full of energy again. Then, he found a clean set of clothes from his spatial ring and put them on. He even changed his boots. Then, he took out a pair of razors and carefully shaved off the messy beard that he hadn't shaved for several months, revealing his handsome face. He even trimmed his hair in front of the water. His whole person looked like a brand new person with extraordinary vigor. A snow-white shirt and a neat outer garment. This kind of formality made Qin Fangyang feel a little uncomfortable and flustered. But he still held it in. After all, he was going to Hidden Dragon High School to visit his own student. She had to give the child face, so she had to do it. This time, he was Zhuo Xiaoduo's martial arts teacher. He came to Hidden Dragon High School. He represented not only himself, but the entire Phoenix City's second high school. He Yuanyue, Li Changjiang, Hu Ruoyun, Luo Lai, Jiang Zhangbin, and Phoenix City. He represented everyone's face. Qin Fangyang realized that his mentality was a little abnormal. He was a little excited and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Then, he covered his chest and said softly, "Are you happy? I'll go see the children. I'll tell you the details after you've finished reading. The child hasn't forgotten us." He stood there quietly for a moment before taking a step forward. He flew towards Fenghai City at lightning speed. His figure was like a wisp of smoke, moving faster and faster. Qin Fangyang forced himself to calm down, but he couldn't control the fact that his speed was getting faster and faster. He also couldn't control the urgency and even the burning feeling in his heart. My child. The child I raised with all my heart. Although it has only been 6 or 7 months, how much have you all grown? Zhuo Xiaoduo was also overjoyed. He felt like his heart was about to explode. He ran back and forth in the courtyard twice and even ran to Granny Shi's courtyard. He jumped twice and announced, "Granny Shi, my teacher Qin is coming to see me." Grandma Shi was in the middle of sorting vegetables. Hearing this, she straightened her back and looked at him. She smiled and said, "Teacher Qin. Looking at how excited you are, you must be my teacher, right? Be careful not to make your teacher Wen jealous." Ah. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and scratched his head. "Since your teacher is coming to see you, you have to tell your teacher Wen." Grandma Shi reminded him, this kind of communication between teachers is the best thing to do. Your teacher Wen will definitely come. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly understood and said, "Okay. Prepare more food and wine tonight. There will probably be a lot of people for tonight's meal." Grandma Shi reminded him. "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. Then, he skipped all the way back to his room and called Wen Xingtian to inform him of this matter. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo excitedly went out to buy vegetables. Although there were many good things in the ring, Zhuo Xiaoduo still felt that it wasn't enough. Especially, there weren't enough vegetables that were qualified. Zhuo Xiaoduo left a trail of dust and went to first grade firmament. Yes, he was going there to buy vegetables. Now that he had a mountain of gold, of course he could be willful with money. Compared to Zhuo Xiaoduo's joy, Wen Xingtian immediately became serious. Wen Xingtian had heard the name Qin Fangyang so many times that his ears grew calluses. He didn't know how many times he had heard it from Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. In Wen Xingtian's opinion, at least one point was worth affirming, and there was no doubt about it. Although he was very confident and he had done his best to teach students, at least in Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's hearts, Qin Fangyang's position was still unshakable. He could never replace Qin Fangyang's position in the hearts of these two geniuses. To put it bluntly, if he and Qin Fangyang were to meet with death at the same time, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong would only save Qin Fangyang first. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level, it was because of their deep friendship. It was this understanding that made Wen Xingtian very curious. This Qin Fangyang, what kind of person was he? How could his charisma be so great? Therefore, he had already checked Qin Fangyang's information many times. Qin Fangyang probably couldn't remember many small things, but Wen Xingtian knew. The more he checked, the more he admired him. The more he checked, the more he appreciated him. An absolute man, an absolute man, an absolute warrior, an absolute lover, and an absolute good teacher. A teacher who could burn his own legacy for the sake of his students. It would be strange if such a teacher couldn't obtain the sincerity of his own students. Now that Qin Fangyang was here, Wen Xingtian thought more than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Wasn't this a test for him? Wasn't this a test for the Hidden Dragon Realm? This matter could be said to be very small, but it could also be said to be very big. If the Hidden Dragon Realm didn't pay much attention to it, after Qin Fangyang left, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong would at least hold a grudge against him even if they didn't cause any trouble. Wen Xingtian immediately informed Yi Changqing about this matter. Yi Changqing also felt that the Hidden Dragon Realm couldn't be weak. Then he told Xiang Kuangren about this matter. Xiang Kuangren felt that this was an opportunity. He straightforwardly said that he would bring Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing to attend the ceremony. Then, Vice Principal Gao also said that he was about to be transferred away. He had already handed over all his work. At this last moment, if he could strengthen the Hidden Dragon Realm's reputation, he wouldn't pass on his responsibility. Vice Principal Cheng had already returned to the Hidden Dragon Realm. Although he hadn't returned to his original position, he had already started to participate in the school's management. He also said that he wanted to drink a few cups of wine. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong had helped a lot in the Cheng family's affairs. Vice Principal Cheng had long wanted to thank them in person, so he wanted to take this opportunity to thank Qin Fangyang face to face. After all, they were his students. As for the other vice principals, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, and Vice Principal Lu had already been relieved of their duties. They were even locked up. The people from Shangjing were on their way here. When they arrived, they would be escorted back. These three wouldn't come. However, the other vice principal, the already disabled Vice Principal Lu, was given a strict order by Yi Changqing. He must come. In Yi Changqing's opinion, Vice Principal Lu was the glory of the Hidden Dragon Realm. In order to protect his students, he had become disabled for life. It was to show the spirit of the Hidden Dragon Realm. Although Vice Principal Lu was disabled, if he didn't come, Yi Changqing would feel a little weak when facing Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang was willing to burn his soul for his students. Who in the Hidden Dragon Realm could do that? Vice Principal Zhan, the father of teacher Zhan Xiaofei, said that he had to drink this wine. There were also 3 vice principals who didn't have much of a presence. One was in charge of logistics, one was in charge of cultural theory, and the last one was in charge of miscellaneous affairs. They had also received Yi Changqing's notice. However, the 3 of them were used to not having much of a presence. They politely declined and said that they wouldn't join in the fun. We're in the Hidden Dragon Realm for our retirement. If we go, we'll only lose face. We won't go and embarrass ourselves. Yi Changqing said that he understood. The 3 of them had long been focused on their retirement. They weren't young anymore. There was no room for improvement in their cultivation. They were only a few decades away from the end of their lifespans. Even if they didn't have any desires, they were close. Zhang Xiaofei strongly expressed that he had to go this time. He had to go. No matter what, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were brought to the hidden dragon realm by him. He had to drink this wine. He had to go even if he didn't want to. Vice Principal Zhan directly scolded him away. You're going to drink too. We're going to share the same table. You want to be on equal footing with me? Teacher Zhang Xiaofei covered his face and left. He was still unwilling. In short. In total, those who were prepared to attend the banquet from the hidden dragon realm were Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Vice Principal Lu, Vice Principal Xiang, Vice Principal Cheng, Vice Principal Zhan, Vice Principal Gao. There were also 2 juniors, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. In addition, Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo. Of course, there was one person who couldn't be ignored. That was Grandma Shi. However, Grandma Shi wasn't someone who was invited by Yi Changqing. She had long been listed as the top guest of Zhou Xiaoduo's banquet. Her position was even higher than Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing. It could be said that if all the people at the Hidden Dragon Realm were to be caught in one fell swoop, the Hidden Dragon Realm would never be able to recover from this setback. There would be no future to speak of. It was also very possible that the Hidden Dragon Realm would collapse like ice. Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing were both preparing themselves. Especially Wen Xingtian, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Zhou Xiaoduo rarely treated people. He didn't understand at all what Qin Fangyang's visit meant. Perhaps after knowing the considerations of both sides, he would laugh in his heart and think that Qin Fangyang was making a big fuss over nothing. But these matters, whether it was Qin Fangyang, Yi Changqing, or Wen Xingtian, they all knew about it. Moreover, they paid attention to it and cared about it very much. In the end, it was just one word. Shame. The good children that I painstakingly trained have come to your side. How have you taught them? These 2 children, in my hands, are the seeds of peerless geniuses. Under my education, they didn't let down their aptitude at all. In my hands, they already have the potential to soar into the sky. Now that they're in your hands, what have you done? What are the abilities of you bunch of teachers? Can I rest assured and hand my children over to you? The Hidden Dragon Realm, from top to bottom, is ready for battle. Chapter 636. In this meeting. Even if Qin Fangyang casually said something bad or showed the slightest dissatisfaction, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist would feel embarrassed and lose face for the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist, being despised by the student's first teacher. Everyone would feel a burning sensation on their faces and it would not feel good. How could Yi Changqing and the others not be cautious? If it were the other 2 students, perhaps they would not take it so seriously. However, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were different. Yi Changqing and the others firmly believed that if these 2 children did not die prematurely due to bad luck, as long as they grew up, they would definitely be recorded in the textbooks in the future. They would definitely be immortal legends in the future. At that time, whether it was Qin Fangyang, He Yuanyue, Yi Changqing, or Wen Xingtian, they would all be recorded in the history books together. This was something that could be expected. If they were recorded in the history books, Yi Changqing felt that even if he died at that time, he would not be able to rest in peace. The image in the history books. Therefore, this was a big matter, a big matter. 11:00 in the morning. Qin Fangyang's tall and straight figure appeared at the entrance of the villa. Zhou Xiaoduo, who had been waiting for so long, cheered and rushed forward. He did not care about Qin Fangyang's strict, "Be more steady. What are you doing?" reprimanded him and directly rushed forward to hug him, laughing and jumping. Ha ha ha. Teacher Qin, when you left, I thought you wouldn't care about us anymore. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed loudly at first, then his eyes turned red. The words that followed actually sounded a little aggrieved. Thinking back to when Qin Fangyang decided to leave, he felt sad. Qin Fangyang's heart was surging with emotions. I won't care about you anymore. How can I not care? These are the children that I poured my heart and soul into. How can I not care about them? After being away for so long, the ones that I can't let go of the most are you little ones. Especially this frisky monkey in front of him who was kicked by him like a shuttlecock in Phoenix City's second high school. Qin Fangyang's eyes instantly turned red. She gently stroked Zhuo Xiaoduo's head and said softly, All right. All right, let's go in first. Countless memories of the past flooded his mind. Many things of the past suddenly surged into his mind, rising and falling. The peaches and plums of the spring breeze under the heavens are carved with a jade brush for 10,000 years. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's comment to He Yuanyue. Now. Qianqian. The child was still safe. You. Did you see that? Li Chenglong, who had already taken a leave of absence because of this matter, also rushed up like a tiger. Teacher Qin, woo woo woo. Swollen was so happy that he shed tears. It's so good to see you again. What are you crying for? What a good-for-nothing. Qin Fangyang frowned. Go in, go in. Okay, okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, one on the left and one on the right, pulled Qin Fangyang into the villa. I've already brewed your favorite tea. The three of them disappeared at the entrance of the villa. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Grandma sure had a rare smile on her face. She recognized Qin Fangyang. I didn't expect Qin Fangyang, one of the top 10 desperados, to be so loved and respected by the students. Not bad. Yi Changqing and the others could not come now. They had to leave some time for them to meet and greet the students. If they came too early now, it would only appear that they were too deliberate. Principal Yi and the others still had a good grasp of this. Not bad, you can actually live in a standalone villa. Qin Fangyang was very surprised by this. He did not hide it and directly asked. Hee, Teacher Qin, you're so handsome today. Humph. Qin Fangyang felt uncomfortable under the gaze of Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. He said angrily with a fierce face, What are you looking at? Why? Can't I wear good clothes as a teacher? That's not it. The main thing is that Teacher Qin is really handsome today. You're a proper middle-aged handsome man. And also unprecedentedly formal. Even when he was working as a teacher, Qin Fangyang did not dress so formally. It was unprecedented. His hair was neat and tidy, and his face was clean. Then, he wore a snow-white shirt with the kind of wrinkles that had just been opened. Paired with a well-ironed blue gown, and a pair of brand-new, black, shiny, high-end leather shoes that could almost be used as a mirror. Everything showed Qin Fangyang's seriousness. And TSK 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 TSK. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong sniffed around Qin Fangyang. When they saw Qin Fangyang just now, they smelled a faint fragrance. Qin Fangyang actually used perfume. Yes, it should be a men's perfume. Teacher Qin's perfume is so high-end. Li Chenglong praised, a man's perfume should be so faint. It's useless if it's a little light, but it's a little thick, it's a little tacky. Teacher Qin is indeed knowledgeable and has good taste. Go away. You two brats, do you know what a man's taste is? Qin Fangyang's face turned red. He slapped Li Chenglong 3 meters away. Teacher Qin was really a little embarrassed now. Fuck, if I didn't do it for the two of you, would I have to dress so formally and seriously? If I dress so formally, I'm afraid that the last time I dressed like this was decades ago, when I was with Qianqian. After fooling around for a while, the three of them sat down to drink tea. Many years have passed since we parted in Feng City. We've worn away in the mortal world. Today, we meet again and you're fine. And they talked about the past in detail. Qin Fangyang's face was full of rare smiles. He quietly listened to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong talk about what happened after they parted. They started from the Central Plains Longhu list. They talked about everything, big and small, all the way. At this moment, Qin Fangyang played the role of the most qualified listener. From time to time, he would ask, what happened after that? To help the two of them talk. They talked from 11:10 to 12 o'clock. Then, the three of them had a simple meal. Well, actually, they were still talking. They talked as they ate. After they finished eating, they continued to talk. They talked all the way until 1:30. Finally, they came to an end. Qin Fangyang listened with a smile. He listened to the two of them talk about the mountain and the dust, but he didn't expose them. Li Chenglong went to class reluctantly. The reason was that when Qin Fangyang heard the last sentence, he said with a smile, "Xiao Duo, I have something to talk to you about in a while." Li Chenglong had always been an understanding person. Teacher Qin must have something important to say this time. Since he didn't say it in front of him, then he shouldn't ask. Seeing Li Chenglong leave, Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly and said, "Actually, there's no need to hide this matter from Swollen. It's just that the benefits are too great. If it's not necessary, I don't want to get him involved." Qin Fangyang said clearly, "Your consideration isn't wrong at all. Young people are hot-blooded and loyal. They are often willing to share any secret with their friends. Even if they think that they are hiding something from their brothers, they would feel guilty. But what I want to tell you is, the loyalty of young people is unreliable. They are too hot-blooded and too impulsive. Especially when huge benefits are involved, it's too easy for them to lose their composure. So, before we go through life and death together, before our friendship is verified by life and death and benefits, don't share all your secrets. If you fall out with each other, it will be a lifetime of pain." There was pain in Qin Fangyang's eyes that he didn't want to recall. Back then, when he went out with Qianqian and those three classmates, did he not treat them as brothers and friends because he was young? But when huge benefits were involved, the young and inexperienced at that time couldn't hold back. "There are too many regrets in my life, all because I trusted too easily." Qin Fangyang sighed deeply. "Xiao Duo, let me tell you something. You must remember it." Zhou Xiaoduo said respectfully, "Please tell me." Sometimes, when it's appropriate to hide something, it's not because you let your friends down, but because you don't want to lose them. Everyone has secrets that they can't let others know. That's a normal life and a normal relationship with friends. Zhou Xiaoduo listened thoughtfully. That sentence really made him think about it for a long time. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and said, "I know that you are close and close. Then, do you have any secrets that you can't let Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng and the others know?" Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned and said, "There is." Qin Fangyang continued to ask, "Do they have secrets that they can't tell you?" Zhou Xiaoduo was startled once again, and said, "Of course there are." Qin Fangyang said meaningfully, "Then, are you close?" Zhou Xiaoduo understood. "Yes." Qin Fangyang patted him on the shoulder. "That's why it's normal." Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly. Those words had a big impact on him. Because just now, Zhou Xiaoduo felt that if he talked to teacher Qin like that and asked Li Chenglong to leave, wouldn't he be letting his brother down? This kind of thought really made him feel uncomfortable. And Qin Fangyang obviously saw this, so he deliberately said those words to dispel the negative feelings in his heart. Because Qin Fangyang knew that children of this age were very easy to conquer. They would have the thought, "Am I letting my brother down by doing this?" And once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Especially when their brother showed some dissatisfaction at a certain time, they would have the thought of making up for what happened before. Once this thought arose, they would often do something like, "Brother, do you know, I didn't let you know about what happened last time. How could I?" After saying that, they would feel happy, thinking that they had opened their hearts to their brother. But they didn't expect that this was an extremely childish behavior. Because often, after doing this, they would lose this friend. At least, the friendship they had accumulated in the past would be difficult to continue. And all secrets could not be kept. Young people were new to the world. They lacked the basic experience and had not gone through many tests. Friendship at this time was the best and purest state, but it was also the most vulnerable and dangerous state. Qin Fangyang felt that he needed to teach them this lesson. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's thoughtful and enlightened look, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but smile amiably. If all the young people in the world could understand this, then the tragedy of Qianqian and I might not happen again. Now, can you tell me what you can't make up your mind about? Qin Fangyang chuckled. Chapter 637. Here's the thing. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I got some things by accident, and there are a lot of them. These things are extremely beneficial to martial artists' cultivation. But I can't make up my mind on how to deal with these things. As he spoke, Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a large piece of meat. Teacher Qin, this is for you. Qin Fangyang was a martial arts expert. Regardless of cultivation or experience, he was an experienced martial artist. Although he had just entered the God-reigning realm, he had experienced hundreds of battles. His insight and experience were far beyond that of ordinary God-reigning cultivators. As soon as he touched this piece of king-level demon beast meat, he could feel the vigorous and pure spiritual energy within it. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up. This is too valuable. Qin Fangyang's expression changed. The large piece of meat in his hand was at least 200 kilograms. How could he accept it? Accepting such a large gift rashly was beyond the scope of teacher-student friendship. What was Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation level? How did he get such a high-end item? Teacher Qin, I have to tell you this seriously. This thing. I have tens of thousands of kilograms. Tens of thousands of kilograms. Qin Fangyang was stunned. It's a coincidence. Cough. Someone else killed it and didn't want it, so I picked up a bargain. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed mischievously. He looked around and said sneakily. Picked up a bargain. Qin Fangyang sighed. You really dared to pick up such a bargain. Looks like this person knows you, and your friendship is not ordinary, right? If it's a stranger, why don't you try picking up this bargain? Believe it or not, this person can easily take your life. But this kid's luck is really good. Zhuo Xiaoduo said in distress, the reason why I gave you these is because after a person eats about 100 kilograms, or after eating a few times, the body will get used to it, or it will develop a resistance to it, and it can no longer increase its cultivation level. Otherwise, I would have given you a few thousand kilograms. Zhuo Xiaoduo grinned. He deeply felt that he had given too little. Hearing this, Qin Fangyang pondered for a while. Looking at the meat in front of him, he said, the meat of demonic beasts does have this characteristic. The fundamental reason is that demonic beasts are fundamentally different from human beings because of their meridians and cultivation system. After they absorb the energy of heaven and earth, they don't have the systematic digestion and cultivation like human beings. No matter how many treasures they eat, or how many other demonic beasts they eat, they store all the energy in their own bodies. This is also the fundamental reason why the bodies of demonic beasts are much stronger than those of human cultivators of the same level. If you still don't understand, let's make another example. A cloud transformation realm demonic beast usually hunts nascent soul transformation realm and primal core realm star beasts. And this cloud transformation realm demonic beast has to eat a few meals a day. It has to eat a lot of star beasts a day. And according to the human understanding of spiritual energy, all the star beasts that it ate contained a large amount of spiritual energy in their bodies. Am I right? Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded, yes, you are right. And this cloud transformation realm demonic beast needs dozens of years before it can reach the God-reigning realm. The longer it takes, the more it needs to train. During this period of time, the food it eats are those star beasts. If the energy in its body is gathered together, it will be hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more than this cloud transformation realm demonic beast. Do you understand? Of course I do. But this cloud transformation realm demonic beast didn't explode after eating so much energy, and its body couldn't absorb so much energy at all. So where did all the energy go? A considerable part of it is excreted by the movement of feces, and the most essential part is hidden in the blood, flesh, and bones of the cloud transformation realm demonic beast. So, where many star beasts live, treasures of heaven and earth are easy to grow. People say that treasures of heaven and earth must be guarded by powerful star beasts, but it is wrong. The order should be reversed. First, there are powerful star beasts, and then there are treasures of heaven and earth. Because this place is full of energy. Qin Fangyang said, do you understand now? Yes. For ordinary people, one bite of this meat that contains such a large amount of spiritual energy will make their body explode. It will be like eating a bomb, or even more powerful than a bomb. A bomb can blow up the human body, but it can't blow up the meridians. But this meat targets the blood vessels and meridians of the whole body first. If the body can't bear it, it will collapse and explode. Qin Fangyang said, and this kind of meat is a rare tonic for warriors who have reached a certain level. However, just like how cloud transformation realm demonic beasts eat those star beasts as food. Their cultivation base may increase rapidly when they eat the star beasts for the first or second time, but as they eat more and more of this kind of demonic beast meat, their body composition will naturally increase with the addition of this kind of spiritual energy. When its body is saturated with this kind of spiritual energy, this kind of meat will no longer have any effect on it. This is the most basic principle. Qin Fangyang looked at the 200 kilograms of king centipede meat in front of him and said with a smile, since you said you have a lot, then I have no reason to refuse if you give it to me. But I have hunted demonic beasts for so many years and have eaten a lot of demonic beast meat. So, although I haven't eaten this kind of king-level demonic beast meat, the most I can bear is 70 to 80 kilograms at most, and that's when I reach the saturation point. So, I will take half of your 200 kilograms. 100 kilograms is the most I am willing to accept. He cut the meat into 2 halves, put one half into his space ring, and handed the other half back to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo hesitated and didn't take it. Qin Fangyang smiled, I won't let go of this kind of opportunity to increase my strength. You said you have a lot. If I don't accept it, then I will be unreasonable. Zhuo Xiaoduo secretly curled his lips. You are talking as if you are not unreasonable. Qin Fangyang continued, but accepting it is one thing, but eating more is a waste. This kind of spiritual meat can make a martial artist grow quickly. If we eat it after we have enough energy, it will really be a waste of God's gift. Zhuo Xiaoduo took it back with relief and said, but this meat is my headache now. Qin Fangyang frowned. What do you mean? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were a little conflicted. I have about 80 kilograms of this kind of king-level spiritual meat. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a few more pieces, each weighing 100 kilograms, and said, Mr. Qin, please help me pass these to Mr. Mu, Mr. Luo Lai, Mr. Hu Ruoyan, Principal Li Changjiang, Mr. Qiu Yunshang, Sister Lan, Director Jiang Zhangbin, General Sun Baijiang, Sun Fengho, and others. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out 1,000 kilograms in one breath. Everyone who had helped him in the past had a share. Back then, everyone had sacrificed a lot for him and Nian Mao's soul-washing phoenix vein. Now that he had the ability, of course, he had to repay them. And those seniors who sacrificed themselves in the phoenix pulse spirit. I've prepared some money, a total of 100 million. When you go back, you can share it with them. Also, thank them for me. If there are any martial artists or children in the family who have good aptitude and can withstand the spiritual energy, I've prepared 2,000 kilograms of meat. You can also share it. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed and said, I really want to do more, but with my current ability, this is all I can do. I hope that in the future, I can continue to repay their kindness in the battle to the death. The corner of Qin Fangyang's mouth twitched when he saw this. Are you treating me as a delivery man? This kid was so generous this time. He did not let down everyone's painstaking efforts. Just this act of repaying a debt of gratitude was enough to make him feel gratified. Especially when he still remembered that those who sacrificed themselves in the Phoenix Pulse spirit could compensate their families at all times. It made Qin Fangyang feel a boiling heat in his heart. Because this was his conscience. Other than that, Qin Fangyang felt helpless. Since he had left that place, he did not want to feel sad because of the scenery. That city where Qianqian spent her whole life. Almost every place had Qianqian's footprints and her breath. But this guy just had to give him such a job as a delivery man that he could not refuse. Wasn't this making things difficult for him? However, on the surface, it was just 1,000 kilograms of meat, but in fact, it was sending those people's martial arts future into his hands. This was really. He had to go. Qin Fangyang could only sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo sneakily looked at Qin Fangyang's expression. When he saw that he had agreed, he actually rolled his eyes and took out another 500 kilograms. Since Teacher Qin has promised to make this trip, then a guest should not bother two hosts. Give this 200 kilograms to my sister. She's at Shangjing's 9 Heavens Pavilion now. I'll give you her number later. Cough, cough. Since you're going to Shangjing, then Long Yusheng and Wanli Xiu are also there. Give this 200 kilograms to them. With their cultivation, I reckon that each of them can only take 100 kilograms. There will still be a lot left, just treat it as a sumptuous meal. If I give more, I'm afraid that those two will be stuffed to death. You don't know, those two even drink bathwater. Qin Fangyang took it with a speechless face. He did not even have time to sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo said, there's also Li Zhangming from Dragon Soul High School, and Yu Moyan. Teacher Qin, since you have nothing to do, aren't you here to visit us? You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Let's go over and take a look. You don't have to work now and travel all over the world, but traveling everywhere is still traveling. While we're at it. 50 kilograms each. Qin Fangyang's forehead was filled with black lines, and he was speechless. After calculating it himself, he said dejectedly, Hu Ruoyun and the rest are in Phoenix City, Long Yusheng is in Shangjing, Sun Bai is in Sun Moon Pass, Mu Yanyan is in Kunlun Taoism, Qiu Yunshang is in Zizai Taoism, Yu Moyan is in Guangdong, Li Zhangming is in Dragon Soul. Students Zhou Xiaoduo. How big is the Astral Soul's continent? How big is the work that you've arranged for me? You plan to let me travel around the entire continent. Zhou Xiaoduo said carefully, how about I give you travel expenses? I'm very convenient now, 2 sleeves of gold. Get lost. Qin Fangyang scolded angrily, but finally agreed. After calculating the next itinerary, he could not help but sigh. According to the route, he drew a circle on the map and marked each point. It was exactly a circle. It was really fucking round. Even a compass could not draw such a circle. Moreover, the people that he wanted to avoid, this kid did not leave out a single one. They were all included. If he walked this circle, he would not be able to finish it in a month. Alright. Qin Fangyang sighed. I have a hard life. I came to see my student, and then my student arranged for me to do the delivery work for millions of miles. This was really a delivery. Because even if he had a spatial ring, even if it was the meat of a king-level demonic beast, the effect would inevitably be greatly reduced if it was stored for too long. Qin Fangyang could already foresee the hard work he would have to do in the coming month. I really owe you. Qin Fangyang knocked on Zhuo Xiaoduo's head 3 times in a row. 3 meat bumps could be seen with the naked eye. On the bald head, it was especially eye-catching, just like a 3-headed dragon. Zhuo Xiaoduo almost burst into tears. It was too painful. Now I know what your problem is. Qin Fangyang's expression became serious. He said, you have tens of thousands of pounds of this meat in your hands. It can be used to upgrade martial artists. At the very least, it can help lower-level martial artists to upgrade a lot. You won't be able to use it all, and the follow-up will be a problem. Even if you consume it with your close friends, you still won't be able to consume so much. If you don't take it out, it will only be a waste to keep it in your hands. But if you give it out for free, you can't bear to do it. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that I can't bear to do it, but I should say that you feel like you're losing out. Right? Zhuo Xiaoduo drooped his head and said, yes, don't you think my thinking is very selfish? Requesting votes. Seems like I can't finish it. Chapter 638. Not selfish at all. Qin Fangyang corrected, this is what any normal person would think. You, Zhuo Xiaoduo, are not a savior. You are not an emperor or a prince. You are not a heavenly king or a marshal. You are not a teacher or a principal. You are just an individual. You don't have so many responsibilities to bear. So, you are absolutely right to think this way. Qin Fangyang said with certainty, do you understand? If you can have such troubles, it proves that we didn't teach you for nothing. Because you have no obligation to take these things out. Even if others pay a price to exchange with you, you have no reason to do so. This is not selfishness. It is because you are not in a certain position. Saint bitches all hope that others will donate all their property to help the poor. But, saint bitches rarely take out a single cent, because saint bitches don't deserve to have wealth. They only need to look at other people's wealth, drool, and say strange things. Qin Fangyang chuckled. Now, you have tens of thousands of kilograms of spiritual meat. You don't want to donate it, but it is a waste to keep it. It is a pity to let it spoil for nothing. Under such circumstances, there are a few choices. Qin Fangyang considered. One of the choices is to use it to develop your own team. Well, in other words, who do you think will be your team in the future in the Hidden Dragon High Martial School? Or, who do you think will be your team in the future? Or, your future comrades? Make a small investment. This is not a free gift. They have to use things or wealth to exchange for it. But, this is still a huge favor. I believe it will be of great benefit to you. As for how to choose and how to trade, you have to consider it yourself. I won't say more. Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered. The other choice is that you can take out a part of it and give it to the soldiers in the Sun Moon Pass. But, to be honest, the people in the Sun Moon Pass don't lack this thing. It is useless to them. So, this choice is dispensable. The reason why I gave you this option is because you have a relationship with the Southern Chief. This matter can be handled through him, and there won't be any future troubles for you. The third option is to look for your headmaster and ask the Hidden Dragon High School to handle this matter in the name of the school. This meat will be used as a reward for students with outstanding results. But the school has to give some compensation. Regardless of wealth, status, or honor, there must be some form of compensation. It must not be given without compensation. This is essential. Zhuo Xiaoduo listened quietly and did not respond for a long time. At this moment, he was a little confused. Yes, Zhuo Xiaoduo had never been a great person, let alone a selfless person. 50,000 kilograms of spiritual meat could be used to increase one's cultivation base. Furthermore, it had been obtained from a rare king-grade astral beast. This was his own wealth. Regardless of where it had come from, it was now Zhuo Xiaoduo's private property. There was no doubt about it. Of course, if he took it out, many people would benefit. This was the truth. But why should I take it out? If I were the marshal, and the soldiers fought for me, of course I would take it out. If I were a general, my brothers would accompany me in building a career. For the sake of our camaraderie, I would be willing to take it out. If I were an emperor, I would gladly take it out in order to let my generals and soldiers protect the country and strengthen the country. But I'm not the emperor. I don't have any of the above identities. I'm just a student of the Hidden Dragon High School. Then, if I take it out, it will only be for people to say, "Good boy." I think this phrase is too expensive and too cheap at the same time. Yes, Zhuo Xiaoduo had such a mentality. But his rationality told him that if he kept it in his hands, he would not be able to use up so many high-quality resources no matter what. In the end, it would only cause most of them to be destroyed and wasted for nothing. Zhuo Xiaoduo understood what Qin Fangyang had said. However, there was always some resistance and reluctance in his heart. Team. What team do I have? Do I have to use this to tempt my classmates? As long as you become my subordinate, I will increase your skills and cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that he wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Qin Fangyang looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's hesitation. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes, but he was also full of emotion. That's right. Everyone started from this step slowly. From being a young student, to growing up, to graduating, to entering society, to the martial arts world, to the front line. Every step and every stage, one would have a realization of the current situation, the realization of life and the passage of time. But in the student years, in this still simple era, it was the foundation of everything. In this era, the more you gave, the more you would get in the future. Whether it was wealth, resources, or hard work, it was all the same. He knew very well what Zhuo Xiaoduo was conflicted about. He also had countless reasons to persuade him. But after thinking for a long time, he came up with a very ordinary and simple reason. Team doesn't mean that you are a subordinate. You have to understand this. Qin Fangyang put one hand on Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder and said softly, "Team is a team that will accompany you to conquer the world, to explore the world together, to face dangers together, to face temptations together." I wanted to say brothers, but now you are too far away from that, so I can only say that you are a team. Do you understand this? Zhuo Xiaoduo's somewhat confused eyes slowly became clear. He bit his lips and said, "Yes, I understand." Well, now that this is clear, let's talk about what are resources. Qin Fangyang was very earnest. It had been a long time since he was a good teacher. Resources, what are resources? Do you think that only 100,000 pounds of meat is a resource? Or only pills, treasures of heaven and earth, jade of astral souls? Are resources? Qin Fangyang said softly, "Wrong. Very wrong. Whether it is martial arts, business, or politics. The most important resource will always be connections." Connections? Zhuo Xiaoduo read slowly, his eyes shining. You may think that you're giving it away for free, but how many people in this world are really fools? How can they not see the benefits? How can they take it with a clear conscience, without any burden? Qin Fangyang patted his shoulder. On the path of martial arts, gratitude and hatred are clearly distinguished, and karma is proof. Where there is gain, there must be retribution. This is the most basic way to have peace of mind and a clear mind. The further you go, the higher your cultivation, the less you will owe others karma. Any bit of karma is also a tie. So, you give away some meat that you don't need. It may seem like you are giving it away for free now, but in the future, you will reap the karma of the strong. Is it worth it? As for those who are ungrateful, they are destined not to go far. Giving those people benefits. Just treat it as feeding dogs, what's the harm? In any case, when your meat is eventually useless, even if you feed it to the dogs won't care. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses in investment, right? Why can't those narrow-minded and ungrateful people go far? Because there is a sky above your head, and a heart in your chest. On the path of martial arts, there is a heart demon. Core, nascent soul, cloud control, and spirit returned to mystery. Perhaps these are not very serious, but once you reach the Skysoar realm, it is a moat that most martial artists can't cross. Because of the heart demon. Because you owe too much in this life. Only by transcending the mortal world can you talk about Skysoar. But if you owe so much karma, how can you transcend? How can you Skysoar? Every year, countless experts fly back and forth from all over the world to repay their past karma. Do you know why? They say it is for peace of mind, but in reality, they are seeking a path to Skysoar without being troubled by the heart demon. Why are there always some experts who choose to hide all their cultivation before they reach the Skysoar realm, mingling with the mortal world and turning into an ordinary person to gain experience? It is all because their state of mind is lacking. On the continent, if 100 returnance experts all stop at the Skysoar realm, then only 1 or 2 will be able to pass this tribulation. The others will stop at the Skysoar realm for hundreds or thousands of years, and even until their deaths, they still can't pass this final hurdle. The first reason is that they owe too much and can't repay it. Do you understand? Qin Fangyang looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes that had turned from confusion to clarity, and he couldn't help but smile. I understand. Perfect cultivation, don't let your state of mind be lacking. The so-called, don't get involved in karma, is never just a saying. Qin Fangyang gently stroked Zhuo Xiaoduo's head and said in a deep voice, from another perspective, this is also for your own sake. If you let this meat rot and don't take it out, I think, in the future, it will cause your state of mind to be lacking. You will always be thinking about this matter and won't be able to let it go. And this lack will be a regret that can't be made up for. Because of your selfishness when you were young, you caused tens of thousands of people to lose the opportunity to take a step forward. When you understand more, every time one of these people dies on the battlefield, you will think about it once. If I had given him the king beast meat back then, maybe he would have been stronger today and wouldn't have died. Zhuo Xiaoduo's hair stood on end. Because this was a very likely thing. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. When he was explaining these things to Zhuo Xiaoduo, Qin Fangyang even felt that his own spirit was also undergoing a transformation with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. I understand. After I set aside the necessary portion, I will give the rest to Principal Yi and Teacher Wen, and let them distribute and operate it. Qin Fangyang reminded him, remember, it is not free. This is also important, do you understand? If you can take it in name, you must not let it go. At this point, Qin Fangyang suddenly laughed involuntarily and said, if the hidden dragon expert can't even do this, how can he be qualified to be listed as one of the top 3 experts? I'm worrying too much and thinking too much. Zhuo Xiaoduo also laughed. However, he felt that Qin Fangyang's laughter was very meaningful and he couldn't understand it at the moment. He didn't know why Qin Fangyang suddenly laughed so wretchedly. However, he didn't know that Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian's spiritual power had already been paying attention to this place. Both of them heard every word that Qin Fangyang taught Zhuo Xiaoduo and couldn't help but smile bitterly at each other. The title of this chapter has been my motto for so many years. Chapter 639. Wen Xingtian sighed endlessly. Qin Fangyang has grasped Zhuo Xiaoduo's character too accurately, too precisely. This ideological work is simply brainwashing. I'm really ashamed of my inferiority. I don't dare to compare myself to him anymore. Yi Changqing chuckled and said, Teacher Qin's last sentence was clearly meant for us to hear. He's using words to instruct us. If we can't earn some benefits for Zhuo Xiaoduo this time, Hidden Dragon High School can be considered done for, done for. This Teacher Qin is really not simple. The so-called not simple. Both Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian's cultivation was higher than Qin Fangyang's, and it wasn't just a level higher. This also meant that Qin Fangyang definitely wouldn't notice their arrival. But Qin Fangyang had already guessed, I'm here, Hidden Dragon High School definitely won't remain indifferent. It would be strange if no one was paying attention to this place right now. Of course I'm teaching my students the principles of life, but don't think that I don't know you're here and can eavesdrop without any restraint. If you dare to take my students' things, I'll let your reputation hit the ground the same way you did it. Actually, there's something else. Zhuo Xiaoduo said somewhat embarrassedly, this time, I've also seized a lot of spatial rings. Qin Fangyang let out a carefree laugh. You can keep the spatial rings you obtained for yourself. The implication was that a little embryonic breath ant like you actually dared to say the word, seized. Just you, in a place like the Starlight Mountain Range where experts were as numerous as clouds, even if you were allowed to seize, how many could you seize? Even I didn't manage to seize many, let alone you. Cough, there's more than 1,000. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Qin Fangyang was silent. The corner of his mouth twitched for a long time before he said, do as you see fit. The only feeling he had now was that his heart was tired, inexplicably tired. Am I too old? Can't keep up with the times? More than 1,000. Fuck. What he didn't know was that Zhuo Xiaoduo. Well, Li Chenglong hadn't finished cleaning up yet. Once all 1,000 rings were opened and sorted out, there would probably be a few hundred more. Most of the people who had come to the Starlight Mountain Range were extremely vicious and vicious characters. Killing and robbing was nothing more than a common occurrence. The number of spatial rings they had snatched from the space rings of these vicious people was definitely not a small number. Qin Fangyang was speechless for a long time. He took a sip of tea and rolled his eyes as he looked at the decorations of the villa. Motherfucker, where was I? I forgot that it was too shocking. In Yi Changqing's villa. When Xingtian spat out a mouthful of tea, feeling an indescribable sense of schadenfreude in his heart. It felt so good. The dumbfounded look on Qin Haodong's face really makes me happy. If Qin Fangyang hadn't come, he would have been the one to be stunned. After a long while, Qin Fangyang suddenly remembered. Oh right, I have another suggestion for you. What suggestion? With so much king-level demon beast meat, even if it was supplied to the entire Hidden Dragon High School, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough. Do you still remember when you were in the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition? Those teachers who took care of you. That ancestral Dragon High School Ding Xilan, that Huayang High School Ma Jiangxi. That Jade Sun High School teacher Luo Yanling. And that Water City High School principal Gu Qianfan who helped you this time. These people all spread the word in this Netherworld King Palace's bounty. Whoever dares to deal with you will suffer their endless pursuit. These are also huge favors. You can't be indifferent. Rather than returning this karmic favor in the future when you're strong enough, it's better to use the king-level demon beast meat now to repay it. This way, they can owe you a favor. Karmic reversal. Qin Fangyang said, this is a real network of connections all over the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Then I'll write a letter to each person later to express my gratitude. I'll still ask Teacher Qin to deliver it. How much do you think is suitable for each family? Qin Fangyang pondered for a moment and said, 3,000 caddies per family. They won't be able to handle it. Zhuo Xiaoduo counted with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 15,000 caddies. Yes. Qin Fangyang nodded. Teacher Qin, do you think I should send some to Phoenix City's second high school? Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly became generous. Since he decided to send, he might as well send them all. Qin Fangyang was shocked. Please don't. Don't think about it too much. What's the cultivation level of the children in second high school? How can they withstand a king-level spirit beast? If you send the meat over, you will only send them all to the Western Paradise with a mouthful of meat each. Oh, okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo readily accepted. Then he asked, Teacher Qin, do you think my parents can eat this kind of meat? Qin Fangyang scratched his head. This, you have to be careful too. Anyway, you can leave some for yourself. When you go home, you can try it. Didn't you say that barbecuing will consume most of the spirit energy? It should be fine if you eat a little. But please don't eat too much. I understand. Zhuo Xiaoduo became very cautious. This matter had to be taken seriously. Although his parents might have been almighty in the past, they had no power now. He couldn't let his 2 pieces of meat eat anything wrong. If that happened, he would never forgive himself. He would use cooking methods to greatly reduce the spirit meat's efficacy. In this way, the large amount of spirit meat was finally distributed. Qin Fangyang took 1,500 caddies and sent them to the families of the martyrs. Huayang High School, Yuesun High School, Ancestral Dragon High School, and Yunduan High School. Water City First High School took 3,000 caddies each, so 20,000 caddies were reduced in an instant. That on the other side, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were breathing rapidly. Their hearts ached so much that they couldn't speak. The veins on their foreheads were popping. So much meat was given away by this guy. And it was given to other high school martial artists. This Qin guy is too hateful. He wants the world to be in chaos, and he especially can't stand us Hidden Dragon High School. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing clutched their chests, feeling waves of pain in their hearts. Who said we Hidden Dragon High School can't consume so much? How much is this? Yi Changqing clutched his chest and gasped. We don't need 50,000 to 60,000 caddies. We can consume 50,000 to 600,000 caddies. We're just school students, and there are 5,000 of us. 10 caddies per person is 50,000 caddies. 20 caddies per person is 100,000 caddies. This isn't enough. This Qin Fangyang is clearly doing it on purpose. Wen Xingtian was fuming. Of course, Qin Fangyang was doing it on purpose. On one hand, it was for the good of Zhuo Xiaoduo. If he gave it away like this, these principals and teachers would probably owe Zhuo Xiaoduo a favor for the rest of their lives. This kind of karma was too great. In this way, it was equivalent to paving the way for Zhuo Xiaoduo to a certain extent. Yes, as long as Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't make too much of a fuss, with this action, he could basically move unimpeded in the Yanwu Emperor country. On the other hand, when Zhuo Xiaoduo said that there were more than 1,000 rings, Qin Fangyang felt that he had lost his composure at that moment, and it was even more embarrassing. Although Qin Fangyang couldn't be sure if anyone was eavesdropping, but putting himself in their shoes, if he was a Hidden Dragon High School student, he would definitely come to eavesdrop. Since that's the case, doesn't that mean that they've heard everything about my humiliation and know about it? Yes, if I didn't give you some trouble, would I still keep you around? There was no other reason than to have a clear mind. In this way, when he thought about how the eavesdroppers were furious and heartbroken, he felt an inexplicable feeling that I feel a little good in my heart now. Ha ha ha. The rings can also be dealt with in this way. The smile on Qin Fangyang's face grew even wider. The spatial rings you obtained from those bounty hunters should all be top-notch goods. Just based on this, if you were to exchange all the things in your hands for cultivation resources, then I'm afraid you'd be able to completely empty out the entire Hidden Dragon High School, turning all the students into paupers. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed and said guiltily, I didn't think of that. Ha! Qin Fangyang laughed mockingly. He thought to himself, you're like a hungry ghost when you see money. Back then, in order to save some tuition fees, you even made the genius sister into having cerebral palsy. You tricked me so much that I almost took out my salary to help you out. I really want to believe what you said, but it's a pity that I can't do it. But in the end, he didn't expose him. He only said, the Hidden Dragon High School will definitely deal with this matter properly and beautifully. These words actually touched the hearts of Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing. This matter had to be done beautifully. Currently, there were 5,000 students in the Hidden Dragon High School, and not everyone had a spatial ring. Even if they did, the majority of them had spatial rings with extremely small contents. They were only able to store their own weapons and some necessities for cultivation and healing. Their spatial rings were already filled to the brim, and there was no excess. It must be known that the rings that Sui Xiaoduo snatched. Not to mention others, which one of the people who once had these rings weren't ruthless people who wanted to rob others at any time? How could a small storage space be used? Therefore, each and every one of them had an extremely large storage space. If Sui Xiaoduo was willing to contribute it, it would be a huge windfall, a dazzling number. Yi Changqing even thought, if we add the loot from the Hidden Dragon High School this time in the Starry Mountain Range, it should be enough for the students to use. However, this still couldn't be done for free. Whether it was the student involved or the school, they had to pay a certain price. But, as for what method to use, this still needed to be considered. It was absolutely impossible to give it away for free, and it couldn't be done. This is a matter for later. At the very least, I have to take out the things in the rings and get rid of them first. Sui Xiaoduo coughed. Speaking of getting rid of these things, you also need a considerable amount of channels, and you also need time. And you also need a considerable amount of experience. Qin Fangyang knocked on Sui Xiaoduo's head again and said, I see that you have become stupid after coming to the Hidden Dragon High School. You only need to count the things and keep the things you need. If you don't need them, just give them to the people of the Hidden Dragon High School and let their professionals deal with it for you. You only need to be responsible for collecting the money, right? Chapter 640. The Hidden Dragon High School has received a huge benefit from you this time and owes you a huge favor. What if you don't even help out with this little bit of work? How stingy would you be? If you can't even handle this small matter properly, then I'll really look down on the so-called top 3 in the world. Qin Fangyang was exasperated at his student's failure to live up to his expectations. He was very anxious for his student's IQ. In Yi Changqing's villa, when Xingtian and Yi Changqing were eavesdropping with their divine senses from afar, they felt somewhat restless. You, Qin Fangyang, aren't here to look at your student. You're completely here to trample on the Hidden Dragon High School, right? You throw all the dirty and tiring work to the Hidden Dragon High School, and then you command your own student to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Take the biggest share. Get the biggest benefit. Have the best reputation. Moreover, you don't suffer a single loss. You're really drunk. Yet, the Hidden Dragon High School still had to gladly endure the hardship, enjoy it, and even be proud of it, grateful to the point of shedding tears and engraving it in their hearts. This. What the hell is this? What is this? This is a great thing, a windfall from the heavens that you can't even ask for, an unparalleled opportunity. Where do you go to reason with this? No wonder Sui Xiaoduo has this kind of character. Yi Changqing sighed somewhat. He looked at Wen Xingtian and sighed, with such a teacher to enlighten him, and with a teacher like you to continue his studies. It's hard not to become a miser. Wen Xingtian's face darkened. He rolled his eyes and looked at Yi Changqing, extremely speechless. Why did you bring me along? Maybe Sui Xiaoduo's nature is like this, or maybe it's because of his family's teachings. Yi Changqing chuckled. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Think back to when you were staring at the surging ground in the Starlight Mountains and shouting about heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Your 2 eyes were shining. How could he know that Zhuo Xiaoduo's love for money and wealth really didn't come from his teacher's teachings? This was his true nature, in addition to his family's teachings. Let's go over early. When Xingtian's face darkened. He did not want to stay with Yi Changqing any longer. It's one thing for this old thing to talk about Qin Fangyang, but to think that he would put me in the same category as him. This is intolerable. If it wasn't for the fact that we're sworn brothers, if it wasn't for the fact that I can't beat you. Humph. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Mr. Qin, why don't you eat the demonic beast meat now and take the time to cultivate? Anyway, there was still plenty of time. It would probably start at 6:00 at night. It's only 2:30. Qin Fangyang hesitated for a moment, and said, I just broke through to the royal god realm not long ago, and I do have a lot of space to accommodate it, but will there not be enough time? I'm fine. With a whoosh, Zhuo Xiaoduo pulled Qin Fangyang into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. You can cultivate in peace here. Do whatever you need to do. Don't worry. As he spoke, he threw out a large pile of high-grade jade of astral souls. Qin Fangyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I may be poor, but I don't lack cultivation resources. Now that I have the king beast meat, I don't need these. You don't need these? Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled. The more powerful you are, the less you need these things. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. Let's just talk about your spiritual meat. The effects are different for cultivators of different levels. That is to say, there are certain limitations. For example, if a profound Reem cultivator eats your king beast meat, he might not be able to benefit much. Only profound Reem cultivators who have never eaten astral beast meat before will be able to improve to a certain extent. But for profound understanding cultivators, whether they go out on missions or travel, who know how many of them have eaten astral beast meat? Do you understand now? Therefore, this spiritual flesh of yours is actually quite limited. I only need about 15 kilograms at most now to reach the limit of saturation. Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly. But it can still improve a lot, and save me a lot of effort. It's just that after eating this spiritual meat, there won't be any improvement from eating king beast meat in the future. Unless it's of a higher level, for example, an emperor beast. But... Ha! Zhuo Xiaoduo understood. So that's how it is. This kind of thing really varies from person to person. Some people will explode after eating it, while others will be indifferent after eating it. It all depends on one's foundation, and there are also limitations like drug resistance. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel disappointed. No wonder those bodyguards didn't fight with me. Motherfucker, it turns out that I really picked up trash. But if I can pick up trash like this every day, I'll still be very happy. Waha! I'm not disappointed, ha ha ha, I'm not disappointed. Looking at this space, Qin Fangyang was deep in thought. He said, I've long heard that Principal Yi has one of the few remaining annihilation towers in this world, but I didn't expect him to give it to you so generously. Well, I don't know if it's a blessing or a misfortune that this tower suits you. Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head and giggled. He lent it to me temporarily, ha. Qin Fangyang snorted and knocked on Zhuo Xiaoduo's head a few more times as if he was addicted. He said, why are you giggling? Anything good that falls into your hands will change. You brat. He saw the ley line as soon as he came in. Qin Fangyang knew clearly about the legend of the Annihilation Tower. After all, he was also a member of the military and had heard the whole story. But because he knew, he naturally felt that something was wrong. There was something wrong with the Annihilation Tower, but he didn't know the source of it. Was it Yi Changqing, or Zhuo Xiaoduo? It was probably Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to giggle and touch his head. Don't let others know. After me, it's best not to bring anyone into the Annihilation Tower, especially strangers. Qin Fangyang's face became very serious. Teacher Qin, it's okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still giggling. Qin Fangyang probably knew more about his secret than Li Chenglong or even Zhuo Xiaonian. Moreover, Qin Fangyang had always been tight-lipped. He had never revealed anything. In this world, in terms of trust, other than his parents and Nian Nian Cat, Qin Fangyang was second to none. He was irreplaceable. Zhuo Xiaoduo was absolutely assured. No exceptions. Qin Fangyang reminded again. If you meet a supreme divine power that you can trust, remember to modify this tower to the type that can recognize its owner. Otherwise. Qin Fangyang looked at him meaningfully. Xiaoduo. Trust also depends on the specific value. He said this sentence very seriously. Qin Fangyang really had no desires in this world. But he felt that others might not be like him. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, although he was deceitful and had many tricks up his sleeve, it was undeniable that his heart was pure and kind. What Qin Fangyang was most worried about was that someone would pollute or tarnish this purity. And with Zhuo Xiaoduo's character, once he was hit by a blow of trust, he would probably go to the extreme. This was what Qin Fangyang was most worried about. He had never forgotten about Zhuo Xiaoduo's thorough evaluation of him. Heterodox heart. So this time, he kept beating around the bush, reminding him in person, and giving him a stern warning. In short, he used all kinds of methods and really put in a lot of effort. Because trust and true love, these two most beautiful emotions in the world, were the most vulnerable to blows. Once they were broken, they would no longer be there and would never be repaired. Qin Fangyang was left to cultivate inside. Zhuo Xiaoduo left the Annihilation Tower alone. He held his chin and pondered. If he found someone to modify the Annihilation Tower into the type that recognized its owner. If he really wanted to do this, he had to ask for Principal Ye's permission. Because this was a gift from him to use, he still had the right to take it back. So Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about a lot of things. He understood Yi Changqing's meaning. Although Yi Changqing said that he was temporarily letting him use it, in fact, it was no different from giving it to him. If Yi Changqing wanted to take it back from Zhuo Xiaoduo in the future, would the principal still have any face left? Therefore, this point can be confirmed. Although this was the truth, on the surface, it was still a temporary loan. He could use it, but if he wanted to make it recognize its owner and completely private, it was not appropriate. Zhuo Xiaoduo still understood the ways of the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo began to jump over to Grandma Shi's side to flatter her. After all, for tonight's banquet, Zhuo Xiaoduo really did not have the experience to take care of everything by himself. But Grandma Shi was an expert in this aspect. Grandma Shi's face was cold as she minded her own business. She did not care about Zhuo Xiaoduo licking her face and wagging his tail to please her. Humph. From the beginning, this old lady knew that this was the work that you, little monkey, found for me. But why didn't you say so earlier? You delayed until now to ask for it. What were you doing earlier? Later on, Zhuo Xiaoduo began to beg. Looking at this wronged puppy's watery and cute pleading eyes, Grandma Shi was very merciful. Humph, I'll help you. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately became overjoyed. I knew Grandma Shi was the best. Ha! He quickly went forward to massage Grandma Shi's shoulders and helped the old lady to clean up the dishes for dinner. When the whole kitchen was in a mess, he was kicked out by Grandma Shi. Get out! You're causing trouble. Zhuo Xiaoduo slipped out with his tail between his legs. He could not help but jump high. Today, there were not many people. Right? Until 5:00, Qin Fangyang still did not come out. But Vice Principal Gao was the first to come with his wife. They even brought a generous gift. Mrs. Gao hugged Sui Xiaoduo and said a lot of affectionate words. As for words of gratitude, the couple did not say a word. For this kind of thing, any words of gratitude were so weak. Friendship was not about words, but about how to put it into action in the future. No matter how beautiful the words were, it was not enough to express it. But at this moment, Mrs. Gao looked at Sui Xiaoduo as if she was looking at her own son. She could not wait to hug him in her arms and go home. It was really affectionate. In a few days, our family will leave. Mrs. Gao held Sui Xiaoduo's hand, her eyes red. Xiaoduo, you must remember Auntie. If you have time, come to Shui City First High School to visit us. Chapter 641. Vice Principal Gao Zhiyun was filled with emotions. He used to be a member of the Gao family in Shangjing. Today, the Gao family in Shangjing no longer existed. Everyone in the family had been imprisoned. Even those who held positions outside were implicated and sent back to Shangjing. Currently, he was the only one left in the Gao family who had escaped the net. If Sui Xiaoduo had not gone to his house to take a look at the feng shui and helped him find a way to break out of this predicament, he did not know what would have happened to him. The southern governor has ordered that my family is not allowed to return to Shangjing for 100 years. Vice Principal Gao said, however, I have already made up my mind. I will stay in Shui City for the rest of my life. I will do my best to atone for my mistakes and try my best to make up for it. In the future, other than paying respects to my ancestors, I do not want to return to Shangjing. Gao Zhiyun sighed as he spoke. Shangjing is a very strange place. As the core of the Yanwu Empire's power, there is a special atmosphere in itself. It is a kind of magic that makes one lose oneself and forget one's original intentions. Many clans and forces in Shangjing follow the same path as those in the past. Many families who were on good terms with each other in the beginning gradually became cold and hostile with each other as generations passed. They became competitors and used all means to target each other. This is the magic of power. Power can silently corrode a family until it is full of holes. Many times, it is simply passively pushed forward by others or a big force. It is completely out of one's control. It is very scary. But it is also very enchanting and intoxicating. I can't bear to part with it. So, I don't want to go back to the center of power. Gao Zhiyun said solemnly, I am afraid that after I go back, I will still change and repeat the same mistakes. As for the Gao family disciples who are already in the Hidden Dragon training camp, the previous decision will not change. We will wait for them to finish their training before we go to the battlefield. Gao Zhiyun and his wife looked at each other and saw the sigh in each other's eyes. 300 disciples. After going to the battlefield for 10 years, I'm afraid there won't be more than 50 of them who will be able to survive. However, they had to go. The Gao clan's ancestral home had already been destroyed. Whether or not the glory of their ancestors could be passed down depended on these people. Even if they were all killed on the battlefield, even if they were all wiped out, they wouldn't disgrace the name of the Gao family of generals. A moment later, Vice Principal Cheng also arrived, his murderous aura still lingering around him. Vice Principal Cheng, it seems that you went to serve those snakes again? Vice Principal Gao chuckled. Vice Principal Cheng's skinny face, which was full of scars, revealed a sinister smile. Of course, as long as I'm alive, none of them can die. I want to spend the rest of my life in this purgatory. I'll make them immortal, but I have to take care of myself. Otherwise, how would I be able to accompany them for so long? The deep resentment in his voice caused those who heard it to feel a chill run down their spines, causing them to shudder. But when he thought of what those people had done, he felt that even if the punishment was 10 times crueler, they deserved it. It would not be enough to atone for their past sins. Vice Principal Liu sat in a wheelchair, pushed over by his wife, who was the director of the finance department of Hidden Dragon High Martial School. The couple both had a warm smile on their faces. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Vice Principal Liu's wife and thought of Grandma Shi's appearance. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Vice Principal Liu's wife looked to be in her 30s. She was beautiful, gentle, and pleasant. But Grandma Shi, who was of the same age, had wrinkled skin and white hair. Her face was full of vicissitudes. Back then, Yu Jiaren's stunning appearance was the best in Hidden Dragon High Martial School. He couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. In this world, things didn't go your way. Then, Vice Principal Zhang arrived. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled as he brewed tea, busying himself as a competent waiter. He was polite, well-behaved, and cute. He had a simple, honest, and bashful smile on his face. These vice principals didn't have much contact with Zhuo Xiaoduo in the past. Now that they were close to him, their first impression of him was really good. The vice principals looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Everyone felt that this student was really good. He had delicate features, well-behaved, and sensible. One look and they could tell that he was a good kid. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing hadn't arrived yet, and no one exposed this guy's true colors, they let him act to his heart's content. If Qin Fangyang, who knew him best, was here, he would naturally know that this guy was definitely harboring a bag of thoughts and was ready to take advantage of others. Zhuo Xiaoduo was busy, attentive. He was all smiles from the beginning. His tea was always filled to the brim. He drank a mouthful and continued to pour more. He waited on the side respectfully and listened to the vice principal's chat. Although he had his own thoughts, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still very attentive as he listened to the vice principal's chat. These people were all experienced in the martial world. Their words and actions were just right. Even if they were joking, they were full of knowledge. They definitely wouldn't speak carelessly like young people. The atmosphere of the entire conversation was controlled in a very harmonious and comfortable atmosphere. This atmosphere made everyone feel very comfortable. No one would feel that they were left out. If someone didn't say a few words, there would be a topic to talk about immediately. With that person as the center of the conversation, the topic would move on to the next topic without leaving a trace. Zhuo Xiaoduo only listened. He didn't participate, but he still felt very comfortable. He didn't feel any hypocrisy. Naturally, he didn't feel awkward. It was very harmonious from the beginning to the end. Yes, it was very harmonious. Everyone was familiar with the topic. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This was experience, this was the way of the world. How long would it take for him to be like them, to be able to handle any situation with ease? But, was this good or not? 5:40. Zhuo Xiaoduo found an excuse to go to the bathroom. He went upstairs and entered the Tower of Destruction. He saw that Qin Fangyang had finished cultivating. In the strange space of the Tower of Destruction, Qin Fangyang ate 25 kilograms of Beast King meat in one go. Such a strong supply of spiritual energy had improved his cultivation from the early stage of the God Reigning Realm to the middle stage of the God Reigning Realm. But the astral beast meat, even the Beast King level astral beast meat, was only so effective for him in this life. As he said, even if he ate 10,000 kilograms of Beast King level astral beast meat in the future, it wouldn't be of any use. He would only be able to fill his stomach. However, this time, he still managed to advance his cultivation by a large margin. Seeing Qin Fangyang come out, Vice Principal Gao, Vice Principal Cheng, and the others all stood up at once. I had an epiphany just now. I couldn't control the fluctuation of spiritual energy, so I cultivated for a while. I'm sorry. Qin Fangyang apologized right away. His attitude was very sincere. Everyone said that he didn't need to be so polite. Just make yourself at home. They clustered around Qin Fangyang and sat down. Everyone started chatting again. The conversation was even more lively than before. Qin Fangyang was in the position of being the moon surrounded by stars. But he was neither servile nor overbearing. He responded with ease and calmness. Everyone was brought into the conversation, and the atmosphere was harmonious to the extreme. 6:00. When Li Chenglong came back from school, the main event had finally begun. Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and Yi Changqing, these three hidden dragon big shots, entered the door together. After another round of greetings, Zhou Xiaoduo's legs and stomach went numb. It was as if they were blowing each other to the heavens. What's more, even Zhou Xiaoduo could tell that Wen Xingtian's outfit today was very solemn. It was even more important than Qin Fangyang's outfit. Yi Changqing was in a formal suit. His hair was neatly combed, and he looked very elegant. That kind of scholarly temperament was vividly displayed. When people saw him, they couldn't help but feel that Principal Yi was really a good person. This was probably the kind of impression they would get. Xiang Cheng, Xiang Bing, Li Cheng, and Zhou Xiaoduo, these four juniors naturally became the glorious plate bearers. Yes, they were servants who specialized in carrying plates, pouring wine, and pouring tea for the banquet. It was obvious that Xiang Cheng and Xiang Bing were a little nervous. In Xiang Quangren's words, "We're chatting together, and you juniors still want to eat at the table? It's your fortune to be willing to be served by them." From this sentence, it was obvious that this old guy was old-fashioned. Mrs. Gao and Mrs. Liu went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes with Grandma Shi. The big round table was placed on the table. More than a dozen chairs were neatly arranged around it. Yi Changqing was naturally the main host, and Qin Fangyang was naturally the guest of honor. Vice Principal Gao was about to leave Hidden Dragon University to take up the position, so he sat in the position of the deputy guest of honor. Then, Xiang Quangren was the deputy host, and Wen Xingtian sat next to Qin Fangyang. The third host. Yes, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were together, so it was convenient for them to communicate. Vice Principal Cheng was the fourth host, and Vice Principal Liu was the last to sit. The dishes were served like flowing water, and the fragrance of wine permeated the air. Everyone took their seats and continued to sit upright, chatting and laughing merrily. It wasn't until the sixth dish was served that Yi Changqing laughed and invited Qin Fangyang to eat. Qin Fangyang agreed with a smile. Although his face was still expressionless, he felt honored in his heart. This was already the highest etiquette at the dining table. In formal dining occasions, 1, 2, or even 3 dishes were usually not touched. 1 dish was too lonely, 2 dishes were too few. 3 dishes were exclusive to worship, and they were called celestial dishes. Only when all 4 dishes were served could one move their chopsticks. This was also the so-called congratulations. When it came to the 5th dish, because it was an odd number, one could not move their chopsticks. But when it came to the 6th dish, it was really important: eat together, brothers, eat together. Then, it was time to drink. First, Yi Changqing gave a welcoming speech. Everyone drank a cup together, and the 7th dish was served. Xiang Quangren gave a speech, drank another cup, and the 8th dish was served. Qin Fangyang returned the toast, and the 10th dish was served. Wen Xingtian took a cup, and the 11th dish was served. The vice principals each took a cup. There were 16 dishes on the table. The kitchen temporarily stopped work, and all the dishes were cut and waiting to be put into the pot. This was the first round of dishes. For such a grand banquet, the dishes had to be served in 3 rounds. The atmosphere at the table became more and more lively, but it was still limited to the strange stories of the martial world, or the memories of the military, etc. This was to find a common topic among everyone. After a long while, after a burst of laughter, Yi Changqing changed the topic to the students. I have to say, the results of the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition last time were very surprising. Phoenix City's second high school suddenly emerged, and it was strong. It was outstanding, and shocked the world, and made us look at it in a new light. But when we really understood the teachers of Phoenix City's second high school, there was only admiration for such results, and no longer surprise. Because, if the students who were taught with such painstaking effort were still not successful, that would be a surprise. Teacher Qin, and the teachers of Phoenix City's second high school. Everyone has worked hard. Yi Changqing sighed and raised his cup. If all the teachers in the continent could be like Phoenix City's second high school, a mere no alliance would be nothing. Especially the old principal, He Yuanyue, who has students all over the world, and is worthy of all the teachers' respect. Qin Fangyang's expression froze for a moment, and a trace of extreme pain flashed in his eyes. He raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were puzzled. Yi Changqing obviously knew about Qin Fangyang's past, but why did he deliberately mention it now? Principal Yi was not the kind of person who would deliberately expose people's scars, so why did he deliberately mention the old principal now, looking for monthly, recommendation, and subscription? Chapter 642. Everyone was puzzled. Yi Changqing changed the topic and talked about another matter, speaking of which, there's something I've always felt strange. Back then. Who still remembers the legendary white-haired celestial immortal? When Xingtian was moved and said, "Is it the female general with the highest position in the East Army, the white-haired fairy, Shan Xiaoru?" "That's right, it's her." Yi Changqing said, "There are a lot of things that you don't know. It's a little disrespectful to talk about General Shan. But, her story is worth talking about." Qin Fangyang frowned and said, "I'd like to hear the details." Back then, the white-haired fairy was a flower in the army. She was beautiful and had a heavenly fragrance. Her hair hadn't turned white yet, and she was a couple with Qi Changsheng, the #1 vanguard in the East Army. The two of them agreed that they would get married after defeating the great shaman of the Wind Emperor, and tie the knot forever. That battle was really earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The troops from the left and right advanced at the same time. The left was ambushed by the UMNO alliance and was in danger. Qi Changsheng immediately led his troops to help, but he met the Wind Emperor. Qi Changsheng took the lead and fought Wind Monarch head-on. His corporeal body was shattered by Wind Monarch and his divine soul drifted away. If it wasn't for Deputy General Wei Zhongyuan who risked his life to snatch him back and handed him over to the army to retreat, his divine soul would have perished on the spot and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. However, after that, Wei Zhongyuan brought his 36 personal guards to stop Wind Monarch's great shamans and they all exploded and died. After Qi Changsheng returned, although Commander Dongfang tried his best to save him, he still died. It was that battle that made Commander Dongfang furious and swore to take revenge. He set up layers of traps to kill the Wind Emperor. With 30,000 troops as bait, the two generals conspired and 400,000 elite troops ambushed. The king of Zhuelu held the fort and was determined to kill the Wind Emperor in one fell swoop. After this plan, the Wind Emperor was finally trapped in the formation. The army started to attack. It was also that time that we met the Flood Witch who tore the space from tens of thousands of miles away to help the Wind Emperor. She sent us back to Hidden Dragon. Until today. Yi Changqing sighed faintly. The attack that day, the Flood Witch was in a hurry to save the Wind Emperor. She didn't have the slightest hesitation. Otherwise, you and I would have been turned into dust. How could we have lived for so many days? That battle was ultimately a failure. The Wind Emperor was saved by the flood, but his weapon, the Wind Blade, was defeated. After Qi Changsheng's death, Shan Xiaoru, her heart was, and her hair turned white overnight. Marshal Dongfang and the king of Zhuelu felt her true feelings and joined hands to go to the No alliance when Qi Changsheng was buried. They returned the Wind Emperor's weapon as the price and exchanged it for a 10,000-year-old red spider lily from the Great Witch Dan Kong. They took the red spider lily and buried it with the red spider lily. They also asked the masters of the Tao League to set up the 3 lives reincarnation formation to calm her down. At this point, everyone suddenly thought of something. They quivered and suddenly became alert. Even Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining. He faintly guessed the reason why Yi Changqing talked about this story, but he couldn't believe it. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. At that time, we said to calm her down. Because of this, Heavenly King Zhua and Marshal Dongfang didn't have any confidence. They just had to leave some hope. Since then, Shan Xiaoru, with her white hair, fought in the battle for a long time and won the title of White Hair Fairy. Because that fairy-like figure with a head full of white hair has become the East Army's signature. After this, 18 years later, a young man, who was only in the inner core realm, disregarded everything and crossed thousands of miles of mountains to find the East Army camp of the Sun Moon Pass. This youth claims to be Thousand-Edged Sword, Qi Changsheng. Furthermore, he knows all the old brothers in the army and knows their names. He even knows many secrets that outsiders don't know. After being verified by Marshal Dongfang and the Heavenly King of the Left, as well as repeated investigations by white-haired celestial immortal Shan Xiaoru, we're certain that this person is the reincarnation of Thousand-Edged Sword, Qi Changsheng. Fuck. This sentence was not said by the principals, but by Xiang Chong, who was standing at the side and holding a plate. He blurted it out in shock. Xiang Quangren was furious. He thought that his great-grandson had embarrassed himself by swearing. However, he couldn't lose his temper in front of an important guest. He could only stare at his great-grandson like a knife and kill him over and over again. Fuck you. How dare you swear? You've really embarrassed me. Fuck you. Uneducated. Xiang Chong was as quiet as a cicada in winter. He shivered like a quail in the cold wind. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and his eyes suddenly shone with unprecedented brilliance. He really didn't know about this matter. This matter had happened too long ago. Although Qin Fangyang had been in the army for many years, he didn't know about this story. However, not knowing wasn't the main point. When Qin Fangyang heard about it, a sudden hope rose in his heart. The hope of meeting his lover again. If they could meet again, the person waiting for him wouldn't be He Yuanyue, but Lu Qianqian. And this young man is also gradually growing. His cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds because he has the complete cultivation memory of Qi Changsheng. Today, he has already married the white-haired heavenly fairy, Shan Xiaoru, and fulfilled the unfulfilled promise of the past. The husband and wife are working together in the Eastern Army. I believe all of you are familiar with his name. The #1 genius in the East Army. Yi Changqing looked at everyone with a smile. Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, and Qin Fangyang suddenly trembled and blurted out, "Young master of the invincible blade, Tai Mengru?" Xiang Quangren and Wen Xingtian said, "Young master of the invincible blade, Tai Mengru." Qin Fangyang said, "Invincible blade general, Tai Mengru." However, there was no doubt that they were talking about the same person. Yi Changqing smiled and said, "Yes, it's him." Because this matter is extremely secretive and involves the transaction with the No alliance, not many people know about it. Commander Dongfang even issued a gag order. However, the marriage between the white-hair fairy, Shan Xiaoru, and the young master of the invincible blade, Tai Mengru, is a matter that is beyond doubt. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath. His face suddenly turned red. For a moment, he even felt a little dizzy. He stuttered, "Principal. Principal Yi. What do you mean?" Yi Changqing smiled and said, Teacher Chin, I heard that after Principal he passed away, there were experts who made arrangements. At least in my opinion. The day when you and your wife reunite is not hopeless. Qin Fangyang grabbed Yi Changqing's hand and his breathing became more rapid. His eyes were red and his Adam's apple moved up and down. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and picked up a glass of wine. He said softly, but with extreme gratitude, Principal Yi, I propose a toast to you. The real meaning of Yi Changqing's words was naturally to comfort Qin Fangyang. However, it also revealed that Yi Changqing had already understood every detail of what happened in Phoenix City back then. Yi Changqing stood up, clinked his wine cup, and drained it in one gulp. Then, he said softly, we all hope that this will happen. Although there are examples of this before, we can't be sure until it actually happens. But this hope is really big. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, I understand. I won't give up. As he said that, he took a deep look at Zhuo Xiaoduo. His eyes were full of gratitude. Zhuo Xiaoduo was looking at Yi Changqing. His eyes were also full of gratitude. Although Qin Fangyang had dressed up for today's meeting, his aura couldn't lie. It was a kind of calm, so calm that it was like a dead silence. Determined to die. Nothing left to live for. However, Yi Changqing's words caused an obvious change in Qin Fangyang's aura. The so-called heart disease must be cured by heart medicine. It wasn't just a saying. If it was just the preparations that Zhuo Xiaoduo had mentioned, Qin Fangyang might not have believed it. Even if there was hope, it was extremely slim. However, today, Yi Changqing had thrown out a real-life example. He could see it and touch it. It was a real example that existed. The two people involved were still alive. They were in the Dongfang army. They could be found. This was an unparalleled encouragement for Qin Fangyang. For the first time, he thought from the bottom of his heart, I can't die. I have to wait for Qianqian to come to me. Before she comes to me, I can't die no matter what. This kind of thinking. This kind of willpower to live was a completely different concept from the muddle-headed life he had before. His whole person instantly became alive. To put it bluntly, he was full of vitality. Ever since the old principal passed away, Zhuo Xiaoduo was most worried about Qin Fangyang's mentality. Now that he saw such a pitiful change, how could he not be overjoyed and ecstatic? The atmosphere at the dining table changed a lot after this conversation. It was much more harmonious. When Xingtian took the opportunity to speak, he pointed at Zhuo Xiaoduo and chuckled. Teacher Qin, this student of yours is not bad. He has good qualifications and is excellent in all aspects. However, I still want to ask you something. His stubbornness. How did you train him in the past? When he heard this, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but laugh. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Alarm bells rang in his heart. In that instant, he felt a strong sense of malice. Hence, before Qin Fangyang could speak, Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly interjected, speaking of Teacher Qin's teachings in the past, sigh. I'm so grateful that I haven't forgotten a single day. He sighed emotionally and said with infinite gratitude, Teacher Qin treated me with emotion and reason. He never beat or scolded me. He was kind and amiable. He convinced people with reason. He was a model teacher and a role model. He could be a role model for other teachers. That's why I could grow up to be so outstanding. I'm a talent among people. I'm the best choice. As he spoke, he winked at Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, you must cooperate. Ugh. Li Chenglong couldn't hold it in. He turned around and vomited. All the principals had strange expressions on their faces. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. For a moment, there was an awkward silence. Qin Fangyang laughed and said, "This child is smart, kind, honest, and has good qualifications. He can endure hardships and is willing to take risks. He's loyal. However, he has a lot of problems. As for how to train his stubbornness." Wen Xingtian's eyes shone. "What do you think?" Qin Fangyang coughed and couldn't help but laugh. "My experience is only one word." Chapter 643. When Xingtian understood and asked deliberately, "Which word?" Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed repeatedly, his eyes darting everywhere. Qin Fangyang ignored Zhuo Xiaoduo's behavior. He held back his laughter and said sternly, "Beat him up." "Ha ha ha." Everyone laughed heartily again. Qin Fangyang added, "If there are 4 words to describe, it would be, beat him up. I used to beat him up 8 times a day. That seems to be the minimum." Qin Fangyang sighed. Back in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school, this guy was like a shuttlecock. When it was serious, I could kick him from morning till night without letting him touch the ground. After I discovered this, his improvement was especially great. He's almost become a scene in our No. 2 high school. "Li Chenglong, is that what you said?" Li Chenglong sighed, but every time Teacher Qin beat him up, his strength would increase by a notch. Then, he would come and beat us up. Sometimes, a few of us even suspect that Zhuo has a special physique that can increase his cultivation by taking a beating. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and the hall was filled with laughter. Zhuo Xiaoduo glared at Li Chenglong fiercely, gnashing his teeth in exasperation. "Just you wait. Just you wait, just you wait. Let's not talk about whether I have such a physique, but I know you definitely do. Don't worry, swollen, I'll beat you until you fly into the sky." When Xingtian laughed so hard that he spat out his wine and coughed repeatedly, "So that's how it is. It seems that my method is not wrong. It's just that it's too conservative and the strength is still a little too weak." Zhuo Xiaoduo's face contorted and he made a final effort. "Teacher Qin, I'm so obedient and cute. How can I be that kind of person you're talking about?" "You're actually talking about Li Chenglong, right?" As he spoke, he desperately winked at Qin Fangyang. "Quickly change your words, quickly change your words. Quickly say that you're talking about Li Chenglong. It's him. If there's a problem, I'll take care of it. It's him. If Wen Xingtian uses the same method, I won't be able to live in the future that I'm going to be beaten to death. It was better to let Teacher Wen beat up Li Chenglong." Li Chenglong shook his head repeatedly. "It wasn't me. It's not me." Qin Fangyang took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Actually, these 2 guys have the same illness. They both feel uncomfortable if they don't get beaten up. But Li Chenglong's symptoms are slightly better. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo." After pondering for a moment, he said, "It's the kind that is beyond cure. There's no harm in increasing the dose." When Xingtian laughed heartily, "I understand now, I understand everything now. Since that's the case, then I'll start implementing Teacher Qin's method from now on. Look at Xiaoduo's performance. It's proof that Teacher Qin's method is effective. It's still fresh in my memory. It's deeply engraved in my bones." As he said that, he glanced at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was dumbstruck and looked as if he had lost his parents. His eyes revealed a message, "Kid, just you wait. We'll settle our accounts soon." Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. There was no way he could continue living like this. As the cups clinked, the atmosphere became more and more lively. The first round of dishes was taken away. The second round was served. Then, Grandma Sher and the other female guests began to take their seats. When the second round of dishes was served, Xiang Kuangren laughed heartily and said, "Today is really enjoyable. I haven't had such a good drink in a long time." Xiao Chong, Xiao Bing, didn't you have something to discuss with Li Chenglong? Go, 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 you three young people go and have fun. This sentence was very interesting. Xiang Cheng, Xiang Bing, Li Chenglong, the three young people went to have fun. However, they did not mention Zhuo Xiaoduo. This designation was stronger and more conspicuous. Was Zhuo Xiaoduo not a young person? This was clearly a differential treatment. Next, Vice Principal Gao ate a few more mouthfuls. After a toast, he was the first to say goodbye. He said that he had something to do and could not wait to leave. It would be too late if he did not leave. Before leaving, he toasted Qin Fangyang 3 more times before leaving with his wife. Everyone tried to persuade him to stay for a while, but Vice Principal Gao was very determined to leave. As for what he had to do, everyone knew in their hearts. Vice Principal Gao also knew in his heart. After all, he was still a suspect. Moreover, he was about to be transferred. After 2 rounds of dishes, he would be an outsider. Moreover, although Xiang Kuangren's sentence was directed at Xiang Cheng and Xiang Bing, it was also a signal to him. Vice Principal Gao, who was no longer blinded by power, understood very well. As for why Vice Principal Xiang asked Xiang Cheng and Xiang Bing to come, the main purpose was that they would work for a while. Then, when the time was right, he would ask them to leave and act as a prop for them to leave. It was enough to give others a hint. This made Xiang Cheng and Xiang Bing, who had completely understood their own value, feel very tired. It turned out that the 2 of them were only of this use. 1 sentence, and it was over. Little did they know that Xiang Kuangren was also depressed in his heart. Ever since we became sworn brothers many years ago, I've always been the one to offend people, whether it's in the military or in school. I fucking became sworn brothers with you guys so that I could do bad things and offend people. What the fuck is this? Xiang Kuangren squinted at these people very discontentedly. Although I look like a bandit, I can't be used like this. My heart is actually still very pure. This kind of dirty and tiring work, can't I get someone else next time? Do you really think I'm a tool? Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, Lu Qingzhan, and the others did not change their expressions. They directly ignored his gaze and chatted enthusiastically with Qin Fangyang. We didn't see it. What the fuck? Xiang Kuangren raised his bowl and drank a big bowl of wine. He frowned and pondered. When looking for wives in the next generation, he must find a few petite ones to improve the family's genes. Otherwise, in the future, his children would definitely be born with a scapegoat like him. But when he thought of the wife that he had just chosen for Xiang Cheng, he could not help but drink another bowl of wine. That girl from the Zhan family seems to be even stronger than me. How can this genetic problem be fixed? Sigh. Xiang Cheng and Xiang Bing did not know what their great-grandfather was thinking. They only saw 2 big eyes rolling around and felt a chill in their hearts. Too fierce. They hurriedly stood up and called Li Chenglong out. At this time, there were really no outsiders at the table. Yi Changqing, Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, Vice Headmaster Lu, Vice Headmaster Cheng, Vice Headmaster Zhan, and Grandma Shi. Other than them, there was only Zhuo Xiaoduo and Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang was still full of smiles, but his heart was as clear as snow. This bunch of people really did eavesdrop. Vice Headmaster Yi, in your opinion, how should we deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo's meat and ring? Qin Fangyang did not hesitate and went straight to the point. He did not ask how they knew. That's because you know. Everyone understood, so there was no need to explain anything about coincidence, cautiousness, or coincidence. What he meant was, you people from Hidden Dragon Academy eavesdropped on my conversation with my students. This was the truth. Cough cough cough, cough cough, cough cough. Xingtian, you heard this. You say it. Yi Changqing coughed dryly. He looked at Wen Xingtian from the corner of his eyes. You eavesdropped, I didn't. Your students, you say it. Wen Xingtian almost wanted to leave the banquet. I was fucking competing with others on how to be a teacher in charge. You fucking threw me into this shameful accusation of eavesdropping. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being unrighteous. While everyone was holding back their laughter, Wen Xingtian cleared his throat and smiled. I'm ashamed to say that Vice Headmaster Yi was idle at home this afternoon. He did not intentionally eavesdrop on Brother Qin and Xiao Duo's conversation. However, he was really too close. His cultivation is too high, and there are some things that need to be grasped. Brother Qin, you can understand. It wasn't me. I'm not taking the blame. It was Yi Changqing who eavesdropped. Qin Fangyang held back his laughter. Yes, yes. Vice Headmaster Ye's cultivation is profound. We can't catch up to you. Yi Changqing immediately choked on his anger. Wen Xingtian, you're really something. I let you take the blame, but you turned around and directly sold me out. So you didn't eavesdrop. This is equivalent to two armies fighting. I waved my hand at the vanguard and said, you go. Then the vanguard turned around and threw me, the commander, to the enemy. What's there to fight? Wen Xingtian, you're really something. You're really something. You're really something. You, Qin Fangyang, I just untied the knot in your heart. You repay me, your great benefactor. You can't catch up. You can't catch up. Do you think we can't tell if you're praising or insulting us? Yi Changqing swore in his heart. Although his face was red, he still had to put on an apologetic expression. However, he still had to put on an expression that was somewhat apologetic. I'm suffocating. I've been framed for so many years, but I've never been so sullen. However, since the words had already been spoken, Wen Xingtian had no choice but to let the cat out of the bag. He no longer had any scruples. He had already offended him. Then he might as well continue. There was not much difference between offending him 10 times and offending him 100 times. After knowing about this, Principal Yi came to me specifically to discuss this matter. Wen Xingtian's face was not red nor was he out of breath. He ignored Yi Changqing's sharp gaze and said fearlessly, speaking of which, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Teacher Qin. I, Wen Xingtian, am not trying to show off. At that time, I told Principal Yi that the students have such intentions, but we must not let them down. At that time, Principal Yi was thinking. Cough cough, let's not talk about that. However, Teacher Qin, don't worry. Our Hidden Dragon High School will never do something as shameless as using the students' wealth as the school's welfare. With me, Wen Xingtian, that despicable Principal Yi. Cough cough cough, that's impossible. Xiang Kuangren coughed and took a big gulp of wine. However, he choked and covered his mouth while coughing. Vice Principal Cheng lowered his head and seemed to be studying the drumstick in front of him. Why was it eaten so cleanly? Vice Principal Lu raised his head and looked at the chandelier. The chandelier was so colorful today. Why didn't he notice it before? Vice Principal Zhang looked at Wen Xingtian with eyes full of admiration. You're awesome, Wen Xingtian. Speaking of which, I've never been impressed by you in my life, but today, I'm impressed. I'm sincerely impressed. Grandma Shi lowered her head, her shoulders twitching. Vice Principal Lu's and Vice Principal Cheng's wives were smiling, holding hands and studying each other's fingers. Yi Changqing panted and stared at Wen Xingtian murderously. He secretly circulated his luck in his heart. Wen Xingtian, when Qin Fangyang leaves, I'll let you celebrate the new year. Start cleaning and preparing for the meeting. Chapter 644. Yi Changqing was so angry that he became muddled. I was sold out by my little brother today, and I was fucking sold out thoroughly. Not only was I sold out, but I was also covered in shit before selling it. I still have to suffer in silence, suffer losses all the way to the end. There's no one else who can be a boss like me. But at this time, he couldn't refute or teach him a lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't teacher Qin Fangyang see him as a joke? Since he had already said the most difficult thing to say, Wen Xingtian became more and more familiar with it, and spoke without thinking. Teacher Qin, what do you think of this plan? I suggest. Wen Xingtian took all the credit for Yi Changqing's contribution to himself without holding back. As for what a boss is. Isn't a boss used to take the blame? Do you think it's so easy to be a boss? If you don't take the blame for your brothers, why should your brothers recognize you as their boss? This principle is also said everywhere in the world. With this thought, Wen Xingtian suddenly felt that he was in the right. Let's think about it. We'll open all of these resources to the students at 1/10 of the market price. Therefore, we won't keep a single cent of the wealth obtained, and we'll give it all to Xiao Duo. Moreover, we'll publicize this matter in the school, saying that this is a treasure that Zhou Xiao Duo accidentally found in the Starlight Mountain Range. Because he's selfless, noble, and pure, we decided to sell it cheaply, just to raise everyone's cultivation. On the other hand, we'll try to create a student leader. Wen Xingtian's words made Qin Fangyang's eyes light up. The main reason why we set the price at 1/10 of the market price is not to amass wealth, but once something is obtained without sowing, it's hard to show its value. Therefore, students who are interested must use the corresponding wealth to exchange for it, and can also use credits to exchange. The school will also convert the credits into the corresponding wealth, resources, and even money, and give it back to Zhou Xiao Duo. Wen Xingtian said in one breath, as for everything else, if it's inconvenient for students with Xiao Duo or if he doesn't have the means to deal with it, our Hidden Dragon High School will take care of it. In short, we won't let students with Xiao Duo suffer. As for the higher tier ones, the school is planning to hold an auction and the highest bidder will win. As for the rest, if anything unexpected happens, follow this plan. I was the one who proposed this plan. Principal Yi was convinced by me, and now we have reached a consensus. Wen Xingtian spoke frankly and with assurance, speaking with certainty. Especially that sentence, Principal Yi has been convinced by me, it really made people's imagination run wild. Yi Changqing choked on a meatball on the spot. Yi Changqing, who had originally planned to turn his grief and anger into appetite, glared at Wen Xingtian again. You're making it sound like I've done something extremely heinous. Are you done slandering me? Wen Xingtian said apologetically, I'm done slandering you. Principal, you can say whatever you want to say now. As long as you have the ability to slander me back, I absolutely have no objections. Yi Changqing expressed that he was mentally exhausted. You've already said so much. I've already been nailed to the pillar of shame. How can I slander you back? Don't you know that it's hard to take back what's spilled? The more you slander it, the dirtier it gets. Wen Xingtian, I'll remember you. You must also remember what happened today. In the future, don't blame it on things that don't happen for no reason. Wen Xingtian said, in addition, our Hidden Dragon High School will award students with Xiao Duo an additional 1 million credits. Teacher Qin, what do you think? Yi Changqing's eyes widened. "1 million credits. We didn't talk about this before. This isn't a small number. No, this is a huge number." However, to Yi Changqing's surprise, Qin Fangyang actually shook his head. Forget about the credit reward. This kid won't be lacking in credits. On the contrary, if possible, it's better to deduct his credits as much as possible. Otherwise, he'll be lying in bed like a salted fish. We need to give him a certain amount of motivation. Zhou Xiao Duo looked aggrieved. Teacher Qin, I'm listening right here. Besides, am I that kind of person? Qin Fangyang knew his bad temperament too well. He turned a blind eye to his aggrieved face. He said, if you let him practice by himself, he's indeed more hardworking. But that's because he's afraid of death. Whenever you let him go out to do a mission, you have to whip him out. This guy's personality is really a bit weird. When Xingtian held back his laughter. How weird. Can you be more specific and share it with everyone? Lazy, afraid of death, greedy, stingy. Let's put it this way. It's just that his family background isn't good. If this kid had a high-ranking official as his father, I reckon he would just lie in bed like a salted fish until he died. The most important thing is that this guy lies without blinking. He's good at making up excuses. He's good at acting. As long as it's something he doesn't want to do, he'll make up excuses. If he doesn't cultivate and become an actor, he might even be a best actor or something. The premise is that he's not so lazy. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted, "Stop! Stop! Teacher Qin, please don't say any more. I still want to save face." Everyone burst into laughter again. However, they really had to look at him in a new light. Because, in everyone's opinion, Zhuo Xiaoduo practiced hard and seriously. Usually, he was also full of tricks. Such a person shouldn't be afraid of death or danger, right? However, they neglected the fact that this kid was so hardworking because he was afraid of death and danger. He wanted to avoid these as much as possible. And the best way to avoid danger and death was to surpass it with tyrannical strength. However, no matter how strong his foundation was, no matter how strong he wanted it to be, no matter how strong his accumulation was, he would still be worried that he didn't have enough trump cards. He would only hate that his wallet wasn't thick enough. He would only feel that this world was full of danger. People like us should sleep at home wrapped in blankets. We should practice until we're invincible. Then, we can sleep at home wrapped in blankets. This is the safest. When we need a sense of achievement, we can wear godly equipment and go to the newbie village to show off. Isn't that fun too? The simplest and most direct way is to send him out to do more missions. Qin Fangyang coughed and said, the more missions that others can't complete, such as elixirs that can't be found, resources that can't be found, and so on. This kid might be able to bring back a surprise for you. This kind of surprise has happened more than once or twice. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed miserably, Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang laughed and said, okay, let's not talk about it. If we continue, this kid will get angry. I'm scared that he'll hate me. I'm really scared. Zhuo Xiaoduo became more and more resentful. You've already said everything, okay? What else can I say if I continue? There's nothing wrong with it. If I continue, I guess there's nothing else to say other than praise me. Sure enough, teachers are all pig trotters. To think that I thought you'd be on my side unconditionally and spoil me for life. So it was an illusion. At this point, they had basically finished discussing everything. All that was left was to drink to their heart's content. However, Qin Fangyang remembered something and raised his glass to Yi Changqing. Principal Yi, speaking of which, your generosity is what I admire the most. Yi Changqing was confused. Me? Generosity? He thought about it in his mind. Where did this come from? Qin Fangyang said with a smile, I heard from Xiao Duo that you even lent him a divine item like the Void Extermination Pagoda. Qin Fangyang emphasized the word lent. Yi Changqing blushed at once. He understood what Qin Fangyang was trying to say. Qin Fangyang had given them a top-grade astral soul jade and made a great contribution to the school. He had even acted as bait for the school, risking his life. Now, he had come back to give the school 2 beast kings, a chance to soar. Then, you gave him a useless void extermination pagoda that could only be used as a storage ring. And you even borrowed it. Yi Changqing felt like he had been slapped in the face. For a moment, he was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. He said with a red face, "What do you mean borrowed? It's just a small toy. I gave it to Xiao Duo to play with. Isn't that right, Xiao Duo?" As he spoke, he looked at Sua Xiao Duo with a pleading look in his eyes. "Don't talk about borrowing. I gave it to you. It's for you." Sua Xiao Duo understood and said, "Principal Yi gave it to me." Qin Fangyang said, "Oh. That's why I said Principal Yi is generous." Yi Changqing laughed awkwardly. Qin Fangyang turned to teach Sua Xiao Duo a lesson. The Void Extermination Pagoda is a good thing. Since Principal Yi gave it to you, you should hurry up and deal with it. Find an expert to make it recognize you as the owner of the pagoda. Otherwise, everyone can go in now. How can I be at ease? Sua Xiao Duo nodded obediently. Yes, I'll think of a way. Qin Fangyang said, "That's right. Hurry up and deal with it. You must set it up well. You're such a worrisome child." Sua Xiao Duo lowered his head and listened to the lecture. Wen Xingtian rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. Well, Boss Ye's Void Extermination Pagoda was gone from today onwards. Ever since Qin Fangyang knew about the Void Extermination Pagoda and cultivated in it, he immediately sensed the difference in time. Therefore, he took advantage of this opportunity to be a thick-skinned fool and help Sua Xiao Duo ask for it. If Sua Xiao Duo asked for it himself, firstly, he would be too embarrassed to do so. Secondly, he didn't know when he would get it. Since that was the case, he decided to be the bad guy. In fact, from Qin Fangyang's point of view, this was the most important thing for him to do this time. While the secret was still unknown to others, he would destroy it directly. Yi Changqing was of course not a bad person. But Qin Fangyang was determined to help Sua Xiao Duo get it. If Yi Changqing had pretended to be confused and said that he wanted to lend it to Sua Xiao Duo, Qin Fangyang would have taken the initiative to ask for it in another way. Sua Xiao Duo had helped the Hidden Dragon martial arts school so much. It was just a pagoda, why would he want to lend it to him? So what if he gave it to him? That would make Yi Changqing even more embarrassed. But Qin Fangyang didn't care. Now that he had obtained it so smoothly, Qin Fangyang could finally heave a sigh of relief. Well, it was me, Qin Fangyang, who was shameless. It had nothing to do with Sua Xiao Duo. At this time, Sua Xiao Duo was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have remembered something. He turned his head and said, "Vice President Liu, the three most important herbs for your recovery are the sun-setting flower, the phantom vine and the soul-tempering vermilion fruit, right? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.